The October meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education is called to order. I want to welcome those of you that are here in person and are watching online. All members are present with Betty Arnold remote, but she is on. There she is. Hello, Betty. We wish for you a quick recovery and look forward to seeing you here again as soon as possible.
Thank you.
The mission of the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, we will pause for a moment of silence. Will you please now stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, it's appropriate to approve the agenda, and based on previous correspondence, I believe that, Michelle, you wish to pull G and H.
Thank you, Chairman Porter. It was 20G. I had a question on 20I and 20H.
Okay, G, H, and I.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
With those additions, is there a motion to approve the agenda? Melanie and Dina. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries. Are there any additions or corrections to the September 14th and 15th State Board meeting minutes? If not, a motion would be in order to approve. Jean and Ben. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. The next item is we look forward to an annual review from the Kansas State School Activities Association, and we welcome Bill Faflick. Welcome, Bill.
What we're talking about. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today and provide an update and a perspective in the direction we're headed with the Kansas State High School Activities Association. Thank you, Chairman Porter, members of the board, and Commissioner Watson for this opportunity. As your colleagues in service for preparing students for success in school today, as well as preparing them for success in life, we have had a busy year. The last time we were together, we were in the midst of a pandemic, and certainly are able to share some of the successes that have come from that, as well as some of the lessons that we have learned. But the number one lesson is that we're always going to be about students. We're always going to put our focus on the student athlete, the student participant that we have in our activity program, and keep them first and foremost. And our mission statement is loud and clear, being student focused and driven to provide service in that regard. We had one very significant staff change in our Team Keisha, and that was with the retirement of 42-year educator Cheryl Gleason, 30 years at the High School Activities Association. I'm very pleased to introduce to you our newest staff member, which is Annie Dietrich. Annie comes to us with a wealth of experience in education, and we're so pleased to have her join our team. So Annie, introduce yourself and we'll move forward.
Good morning. Yes, Bill is right. I have had 30 years in education, and that has served me well so far with working with the Kansas State High School Activities Association. I can bring my background in as a educator, coach, administrator, and a parent to all those roles that I'm serving now, and especially my latest role when I was here at KSDE and serving the schools of Kansas, and how that has brought me into like a full circle of getting to continue to serve our students in just another capacity. So thank you.
Annie has fit right in and is right in the midst of administering several fall activities. Tennis is our first championship, and we played our regional tennis tournaments this past weekend and prepare for state this weekend ahead. Volleyball is right around the corner, and gymnastics will take place even between now and then. So very busy time. As we think about the High School Activities Association, our focus this year and the past year and the year ahead is to be transactional versus transformational. Well, we're going to focus on the transformation. Transactions happen every day. They go to the bank and you can have those, but we're in the business of transforming lives. And that is what our focus is. We believe that our student activity program is a place where every student is seen. Every student brings value, and every student is recognized in an adult relationship where they have that mentorship opportunity. They have that opportunity for that adult that cares for them beyond their athletic or performing success, but to see them grow and prepare. We believe that it's a place where kids can be safe, that they are supported in their efforts, and that they are secure in the work that they're doing. So that remains the focus for what we do. We know that as we think about what that mission looks like, that the life experiences that kids have in an activity program complement the classroom experience, and the relationships that they develop, the friendships they develop, the learning that occurs, being part of a team and collaborating and working towards goals help prepare them for success in life. Certainly, we are purpose-driven in the work that we do. We know that the goal of every team is to be a state champion, and that is why they work so hard. Yet that is not the purpose for what we do. The purpose for our activity program is to teach those life lessons, to support academic achievement, and to support the growth that occurs as part of that work. So as I think about the year behind us, and nothing better than going back to the wide world of sports and think about the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. And we certainly had some of those challenges this past year. I would say that this young man's probably not just forlorn because he's sitting on a K-State bench. Probably more about the outcome of the ball game that just took place. But we had several opportunities for kids to learn through successes and through the challenges that they had. And whether it's celebrating after a state championship at a 5A baseball tournament in Wichita, we know that the opportunity that kids had to compete stretched them, prepared them, held them accountable to be successful in the classroom. And we think about those opportunities. It's very difficult to say, well, we're not going to have those. And that's why the spring of 2019 was such a challenge. And we were so pleased that this past year, we were able to conduct championships in every single event, a culminating activity in every single activity that we offer. And I love this picture because back as a longtime cross-country and track coach, you could never wear jewelry, you could never have adornments on, but rules have changed, rules have relaxed, and if you look closely at the wrist of this young lady, the message to herself as she gets ready for a cross-country meet is no fear. And that is how our kids are learning and growing as they approach these opportunities and they learn how to stretch and to grow. So I think about the past year and I think about the opportunities, the successes that were experiences and the growth that occurred. We grew through some of the trials that we experienced. We learned how to better minimize risk. We learned how to minimize risk in a whole different way in addressing a pandemic. We knew that we needed to make decisions in a more rapid fire manner than the association is used to doing. And we were able to make some of those decisions quickly, and we certainly utilized technology along the way. We were able to provide opportunities for kids in manners we've never done before. We had our first ever dance championship or dance showcase for our students, and we did it in a virtual manner. We conducted virtual championship events or culminating events in dance, in cheer, in debate, and in speech, and in music. And I'm going to tell you that you think, well, it's just easy to do that in music. We had a program that was never written before. A year ago today, we had no program, no platform to do that. But because of the hard work of the team that I am able to work with every day, a program was written, an opportunity was provided, and over 24,000 students had the opportunity to submit a performance that was judged, feedback was provided, growth occurred, and students celebrated. We sent over 8,000 music medals to member school students as a result of a program that didn't exist a year ago. And that's about resilience, and that's modeling what we expect for our students. We learned how to conduct events with digital ticket sales. We had our first ever adaptive events as part of our goal to be inclusive for our student communities. Adaptive events took place for the first time at State Track and Field last year. We'll talk a little bit more about that in Unified Bowling as we move forward. But bottom line is, it was a game of survival. It was the thrill of victory, which was not just getting to the finish line and being satisfied with that, but growing through that process. We had our first ever wheelchair races at the State Track and Field meet, and there's no bigger stage in Kansas than the State High School Track and Field Championship meet. In a given year, with a 2-day meet, you'll have 30,000 folks in the stadium. This year, we broke it down into 3 separate 1-day meets. So it wasn't exactly like we wanted to have that competition conducted, but it still worked. And these student athletes, if you're able to visit with them before the race, and I had that opportunity, how excited they were to be on that stage, to represent their school, to wear their school name on their jersey, was quite a significant moment. They had a great experience, and we're so pleased that that was provided for them. We made some significant rule changes through this past year and heading into this year. Music added show choir. So we'll have the opportunity to have show choir be ranked, rated, and critiqued this year. We do not expect the Glee experience necessarily, but that's an opportunity for kids to be connected and be part of that. In football, we adopted a plan to have 6-player football championships starting next year. We have had a number of schools, 15, participating in 6-player in the recent years. We're up to 26 that will be participating in our first state championship 6-player event in the fall of 2022, so a year from now. We also adopted Unified Bowling. Unified Bowling is an activity that is supporting our goal of inclusion, and we have 29 schools that will participate in a season that is underway right now for the first time ever, where athletes, those that have cognitive disabilities, are on a team with their partners, normal students without those disabilities, and they practice and participate together through a season. That is underway. That's one of Annie's opportunities to engage right out of the chute. And then we changed a semester requirement rule that allows students the opportunity to have no gray shirts, no red shirts, but to participate and to keep their focus on moving through content, moving through learning, teaching and learning in a systemic manner. One of our big challenges has been sportsmanship. This past year, or this year to date, we have had 169 ejections from our contest. So while we have revised our sportsmanship manual, one of the things that we have done is we recognize the impact it has on officials. 169 ejections is a lot. 29 of those are for targeting or rough play in football and soccer, respectively. So 140 of those are for unsporting behavior. If we don't stand for sportsmanship, nobody will. That's a lesson they're not learning in non-school activities. So of those 140, unfortunately, we had 14 coaches ejected, the ones that are setting the standard, are modeling for their student athletes. We had 10 spectators who have been ejected. And our new policy says that any athlete, any coach, and any spectator that is ejected has to miss the next contest as well. That is the worst thing that we want, the last thing that we want. We want people at our contests supporting their kids, but they need to do so in a manner that is conducive to an educational environment. A cross-country course, football field is the same as a classroom in terms of the expectations we require. I did not list in there administrators. Unfortunately, we've had one administrator ejected and then subject to this particular policy, which is tremendously unfortunate. As I think about the year ahead, certainly communication and moving forward in terms of our education will be our goal. We're going to continue to navigate the health crisis that is before us, and we know that while COVID is still very real, the benefit, benefit versus risk analysis continues to take place at a local school level, at a community level, as well as on an individual student and family level. We are going to work on that. We talk about Special Olympics and we talk about a partnership that we have with them. I want to share a very quick video about Unified Bowling. I believe that you'll recognize one of the participants in this. And we'll give you a break from me for a second.
I'm just grateful I met Jackson because she's a beautiful girl and being able to know Jackson is very awesome.
I actually met him through Special Olympics Kansas because we don't go to the same school, but like because he joined this past year and I was on last year, and so like through this past year we kind of got to know each other. First off, he seems like such a hard worker. Like you could tell from like the moment I met him that like what he wants is what he wants, and like no matter what he'll work towards his goal.
We're actually friends. It's just amazing to get to know a lot of good friends and be able to do Special Olympics. Unified bowling in high school is just amazing feeling.
The state of Kansas and the Activities Association is really excited that we have been offering high school bowling for our membership for the past 17 years. And next year, as we enter year 18, we couldn't be more thrilled that Unified Bowling is now going to be a part of the offerings that we have for the membership of Kansas. Adding Unified Bowling and including a lot of students that typically have not been allowed or have not chosen to participate is going to be huge. And I see perhaps it spawning other activity programs so that we have more programs like Unified Bowling that will allow students that currently right now that are sitting on the sidelines to be a little bit more involved and to be part of that school atmosphere.
There's always a reason to say no, but the right thing to do is to say yes. Not only does it benefit these students with special needs, it also benefits everybody else that is in that circle.
I think bowling is an amazing sport for Special Olympics.
I think it's an awesome opportunity, especially for like since a lot of the sports that have been going on, like basketball and soccer, a lot like there's a certain Special Olympians who can't participate as much just because of their mobility functions. So like the fact that they're giving this opportunity for people who have more have more not as functionable stuff is so cool because like it gives them the opportunity to like participate.
You know, going to school is exciting, it's important, and you only get to do it once. And why not allow those students to have those wonderful memories like all the rest of our high school students are having?
I have a grandson with Down syndrome, and it's as much right for my grandson or any child who has Down syndrome to provide a bowling opportunity as it would be for a star football player to get to play quarterback on Friday night. I think success is not going to be about a state champion or anything. It's going to be that first meet where, you know, it's going to be normalized in a way that I think is healthy for the kids and the parents. And I can tell you it's going to be a big day.
Being a part of Special Olympics is probably like honestly like showing me like what I want to do with my life, which is so cool to think that at like 16 already. So like 100% join it, even if it's like a question or like a doubt in your mind, just like join it because like this community is like no like other like.
Join us at Special Olympics Unified Bowling.
Join the Unified Generation at generationunified.org.
So we're thrilled with that opportunity for kids that didn't exist a year ago and will be the first ever. We invite you to come the Thursday before Thanksgiving to Olathe at Mission Bowl, and we'll have that championship for our teams. One of the things we're celebrating this year is the success and the history of those that have gone before us. We stand on the shoulders of giants in our work often, people like Cheryl and Fran Martin in our office that have been pioneers in women's activities, and Title IX is celebrating its 50th anniversary on June 22nd of this coming school year. And we're doing tribute to our pioneers with 50 stories in 50 weeks. And it's actually a lot more than that because we have some guest essays that have been submitted where we honor the women and the men that have gone before and have supported the growth of opportunities for women and girls in school sports. So we're thrilled with that. We're also celebrating 75 years of KAY, a student service organization that is in many of our schools across the state of Kansas. It's been in existence for 75 years. What impact they have on students as well as on schools. Summarizing the year, it's about reteaching, reteaching, and reteaching. And certainly we go to risk minimization first. Emergency action plans are so critical for us. We're in the final stages of developing an emergency action plan rehearsal day. Much like schools schedule fire drills, it's important to rehearse an emergency action plan, and we'll designate a week for each of our activities on a particular day to rehearse their emergency action plan at practice or at a contest. So that's coming soon. In terms of the pandemic, we are deferring to local control relative to masks and crowds, and very similar to what we have done throughout this year, and we've had significant success. We've had success with that. We are not going to have a plan for a virtual debate. We have the plan, but we certainly hope not to implement. We want to be in person for all of our activities this year. It's a better experience for kids to be in person, so we certainly hope that that will be the opportunity that we have. Many of the things that we put in place no longer exist. Our remote learning via direct instruction eligibility rule has been a one-year opportunity for kids, and now we want them back in school and learning along with their peers. So a lot of the opportunities that did occur, we have dialed back as we move forward through the pandemic, and we know that the single biggest thing that we can do is continue to educate. We're teachers, we're coaches, and we want to make sure that we promote vaccination. We promote people being healthy by taking advantage of what science tells us is the best option moving forward. We work with the Sports Medicine Advisory Committee, doctors from across the state of Kansas and healthcare providers from across the state that provide advice for us and provide that direction that we need to make sure that our activities remain as risk-free as possible. One of the new things that we've started this year is an opportunity called KSHA Covered. KSHA Covered is an opportunity for us to communicate to our stakeholders out into our communities the story of high school sports. One of the things that's happening across the state is the disappearance of media outlets dedicated to providing print coverage and other coverage of high school activities. So through a partnership that's very strategic with Capital Federal, we have started KSHA Covered to cover athletics and activities. And we have this as part of our digital presentation. We've hired 4 writers from across the state that are acclaimed and award-winning journalists that are now part of our team. And we have Brent Maycock from here in the Topeka area covering north central Kansas, Ricky Peterson Jr. out in western Kansas, Scott Pask down in Wichita and south central Kansas, and then Mac Moore who lives in Lawrence covering Johnson County and east and southeast Kansas. So we've got the state covered, and one of the things that I'm very pleased that we'll be able to do through this partnership is provide a $2,000 scholarship for one graduating senior in every single activity that we administer. So we will have a $2,000 scholarship awarded in each one of these activities, including gymnastics and Scholars Bowl, cheer, and vocal music, and that application process is being finalized as we speak. So we're very pleased to provide that impact and that coverage now and tell that story, but also help equip kids as they move forward. As we head into the next season for the High School Activities Association, we conduct a series of regional meetings. I'll be in attendance with staff at a number of those, and we go through a number of questions that we gather input on at a grassroots level that we hear from our school superintendents, principals, athletic and activity administrators relative to topics that are important to us. One is just simply the warm-up activity is about the tie-breaking procedure for basketball in 4A, 5A, and 6A. But one of the big topics is the adoption of the shot clock. The National Federation of High Schools has said, now by state high school adoption, you can implement a shot clock. That comes with lots of expense, both initially as well as that long-term, the gift that keeps on giving, hiring another person to work at the table in every one of our contests to monitor that, to run that shot clock. So we'll get input from our staff, or from our stakeholders before that decision is made. Another topic that we're going to get input on is our outside competition rule. It started with our golf. We're going to talk about it for golf as well as for our other quasi-team activities where you can compete as an individual, like cross country, like gymnastics, like golf and tennis, where would it be appropriate to provide some relief for students to take a meet away from their school season? And we have a loyalty rule for our students then they're in the program because we want them to be part of the school team. Should we provide a single exception for them? So our stakeholders will provide input as we move forward in those two topics. And then probably one of the big items has been a topic of public and private classification. And based upon the direction of our executive board, we've moved methodically through a process, and we're at the point now where a work group was identified, developed a protocol to adopt a multiplier for our private schools that takes into consideration three factors. The first factor is the geographic population, recognizing that private schools that live within a metropolitan area have access to additional resources that other schools in rural Kansas may not have. If everybody starts at a 1.0 when you happen to be in a 5A, 6A school in that bedroom community, then you're going to add a 3/10 component to that multiplier to artificially inflate your classification number. 3A, 4A, 0.15, and then if you're in a small community, no addition, no add-end for that. A championship factor, how many times do you win those championships? If you win more than 9 or 10 or more in a 5-year window, this would apply. If you're between 5 and 9, 0.15. We want to make sure that the field is balanced. What we really want to make sure is that we are responding to what our membership wants and listening to the majority of what our schools want and not a vocal minority. So this is a process that will allow us to do that. The third factor is the free and reduced population. Most of our schools have a fairly high, a number of our schools have a high free and reduced population. If you are in an area where there is no poverty, then there is an add-in for you. If you are in an area where your free and reduced population is much like our member schools, then we would not add an add-in for that. So we've got lots to talk about at those regional meetings, and we're looking forward to meeting with superintendents, principals, and athletic directors as we move forward in that regard. Additional teaching opportunities. We've had a significant focus personally as well as professionally on implicit bias. And we know that implicit bias is present in every room because we're there and we all have a lens through which we're working and operating. And we want to make sure that we go through implicit bias training as well as we work with our administrators and so forth to do some de-escalation training in this regard. So de-escalation training is really important. Much like law enforcement does, our school administrators are equipped and we want to make sure our officials are equipped. So part of rules meetings going forward is this de-escalation training that is part of it. So one of the other topics that we're looking at in terms of risk minimization is the wet bulb globe thermometer. It is emerging as the gold standard for dealing with heat issues, and we'll bring this back to you, I anticipate, in a year. Sports medicine has got their hands all over this and are going to do that. The final topic is always one that I share with you is about mental health for students and our efforts to use activities in a positive way in regards to student mental health. And a poster that we've developed is out for schools as relative to mental health resources and how they can just use their QR code to scan in and get that crisis helpline, that text line going so that kids can do that. The mental health toolbox was updated just recently and continues to be resources that school leaders can use to start a conversation, to know when a kid is at risk with high anxiety or with depression. And having the conversation is a starting point for that. Name, image, and likeness, Dr. Watson asked me about the transfer portal, another big issue the NCAA is dealing with that we address through our amateur rule is name, image, and likeness. And we'll continue to refine that. We're putting some teeth to that. But bottom line is, as we look ahead to the year, we know that this is going to be a year where we get to work with incredible coaches and administrators who work with fabulous kids across the state of Kansas to transform their lives. And we think about those kids in the decisions that we make every day, individually as well as globally. And I thank you for the work that you do with the decisions that you have to make. And we hope that we get to see you at some of our competitions and events as we move forward, and or a performance, because just as our kids excel on the athletic field, they excel on the stage, and we'd love to have you join us at any one of those events. So thank you for what you do in leading in Kansas and serving in Kansas. I think I probably used more than my time. Peggy, I am so sorry. I'm probably well beyond, but I'd be happy to answer any questions if Commissioner Porter allows that time.
Thank you, Bill. We appreciate that. I'm especially excited to see inclusion of people with disabilities. That was extremely exciting. I was excited. I noticed that Ben reacted to the wheelchair race and the unified bowling. One thing, though, that I objected to is the reminder of Title IX. Since I was already teaching when that started, you reminded me of my advanced age. Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ben, Dina, and Betty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to, a couple of things. First of all, I did participate in a lot of those online state competitions last year as an assistant coach and judge, both forensics and debate. And they went as smooth as possible. I know the forensic season went pretty well. Starting the debate season online was interesting for about the first month and a half as we were trying to figure this out. And Keisha was very gracious in trying to help us figure this out. And we made it work. And we were able to have a season. I was glad for that. So kudos to Keisha for figuring that out. And Craig Monteifel heavily for doing that. And also, I echo Jim's sentiments. I have a really good friend who worked really hard with Keisha on getting the adaptive wheelchair sports. In fact, she delivered all those wheelchairs. She was one of those individuals that was instrumental in getting the wheelchairs to those kids. I've helped her out on several projects and fundraising things, especially in the Wichita area. And she just competed for the first time ever in the para race at the Boston Marathon and was the national champion in the para Boston Marathon yesterday. And she represented this country as a Paralympian in Rio as a sprinter. Now she's gone marathon. I don't get it. But so it's become a passion of mine through a former schoolmate and a good friend that I got to visit with last week. And I'm glad to see the expanded opportunities for students that haven't traditionally had access to these activities, starting to see those access, and I'd like to see more as we get to expand. I know we're going that direction, but to see it expand even further to other activities. I know there's a lot of work that has to go into place, and we can't do it all overnight, but I really applaud the direction that you're going with that. Thank you so much, Bill.
Thank you. Dina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I've had the opportunity to actually sit in on the decision-making where we gave special ed students, special needs students, the opportunities to compete in a couple of arenas in track and in bowling. And I think that's groundbreaking, and hopefully there will be other means that we will be able to incorporate those students into competitions. And also, as a grandmother of several boys who have competed in football, it's great to see that those students who've been playing six-man for a few years now have the opportunity to compete for a championship. And finally, celebrating 50 years of women being able to participate in sports and such activities, as well as particularly satisfying because I'm one of those who grew up on the other side of that opportunity, and being able to watch my daughter participate and compete and be able to acquire scholarships for her abilities in basketball was a joy also. So thank you for allowing me to be a part of this process, because I will tell you that the staff works tirelessly and they care deeply about all students that are in our activities that we cover. And it is really special to get to know each and every one of you. So thank you for that opportunity, and I look forward to the mini regional conference that we will be having next week. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We have two more, Betty and then Janet, and then at that point, we're going to stop the conversation because we have a very tight schedule this morning. So Betty, you're up.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, kind of brief. And I'm just wondering what kinds of efforts are being made to help with transparency. Bill, I know that you're aware, given your history and the length of time you've served in this area, how many complaints or concerns that we get accusing our schools of misdeeds. And I've always felt like it was lack of information or communication. Are there any specific efforts that we're able to make, or you've been able to make, to help with transparency? And then the second question, which again is very brief, I'd like to know the challenges that you face in trying to get diversity on your student advisory team.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. In terms of the transparency, certainly communication is so powerful, and we have done a makeover in some of the manners in which we communicate. Instead of a monthly journal, now administrators get weekly updates from the KSHSAA. Every Tuesday afternoon, they'll receive an update from me, directly from me, relative to each of the activities that are underway or soon to be underway. That has been a good reminder to provide timely rule reminders, to provide input in terms of upcoming decisions. And that communication line, we are hearing more and more from parents. Some state associations don't deal with parents at all. We take every phone call, we respond to every email as best we can, and we have no hidden agenda in regards to that. We do have a limit in terms of time, so we have several themes that do develop, but in terms of that transparency, our rules are published, are out there, and we're doing our very best to make sure that our administrators, as teachers and as coaches, we want to make sure that there's clarity around the implementation of those rules. In terms of diversity on all of our boards, that is something that we absolutely seek. We have a student advisory team of only 12, and we have that with 2 in class 1A, 2 in class 2A, 1 boy, 1 girl in each of the 6 classes. And we encourage that representation to reflect and those nominations to reflect the students that are in our schools. Sometimes our schools are abundant in providing the opportunity for us to go through and make those selections to reflect that, and sometimes they're more limited in those that are being moved on into or off of the board, or any of our boards. It goes with our governing boards as well. We value that. We actually have a requirement that we maintain a diverse, a second member that represents a league. Our board of directors, 78 members, of which Mr. McNeese and Ms. Horst serve, is primarily league representatives or conference representatives. The first person has to be a principal or superintendent. If there's going to be a second from a league, and our larger leagues and conferences get to provide those, that individual must be a minority or a female. So we really encourage that through that. We would prefer that the boards represent those that we serve as well.
Thank you. Janet?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. First of all, I would like to thank you and your board for working through and finding a way for our students to be able to participate last year. I'm gonna take this off. I'm the mother of a granddaughter who was in gymnastics, and thank you for allowing her to participate. That was the highlight of her senior year. And in her opinion, she had the worst senior year of anybody that ever had a senior year. So, because of COVID. So I please thank everyone for allowing all these student athletes. I know everyone wasn't totally pleased with exactly everything you did, but thank you. I just can't thank you enough. But finally, I just simply want to say that, in my opinion, this year and last year have been the most difficult years we've ever faced. And I know how many emails I've received and phone calls regarding sports, and I'm quite confident you've probably received twice the amount. And so please thank your staff for handling this in such a professional way and making sure that we're protecting the health and safety of our students and they're still being able to participate. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. We appreciate the update. Wish we had more time, but we need to move on. Thank you so much. We really appreciate the entire efforts of the Activity Association. I declare the Citizens Forum of the Kansas State Board of Education open at 10:41. The State Board provides an opportunity for citizens to share views and topics of interest and issues currently being considered by the State Board. Because of mass gathering restrictions during the pandemic, only written comments were accepted for today's meeting. The public had opportunity to submit written comments by October the 8th to be acknowledged. And there are no written comments. Therefore, the State Board Citizens Open Forum is closed at 10:42. And at this point, we will have our monthly report from ESSER, and this month also Eanes. Doug?
Thank you, Chairman Porter, members of the board. Give you a little update on where we're at this point in time. After today, we have 18 new plans to put before you for approval. That will bring us to 243. That leaves 43 to go. The 18 applications today represent 19,000 students, $14 million. Along with that, we've got 12 districts that have submitted changes, and those changes result in a net of another 9.7 million approximately. As we look at it in graphic form, just to go over it again, 225 plans have been approved by you all for $256 million. 12 plans for changes, an additional 9.7. Today's batch, 18 plans valued at 14 million. I do have a little bit of an update on those numbers at the bottom. We have 12 plans that have either passed through our primary and secondary review and are ready for the task force in November. There are an additional 5 to go along with those. That brings that to 12. We have 31 plans then in the not submitted. 13 are in progress and 18 have not been started yet. So we're getting closer. We continue to make phone calls to those districts to try to spur them along to get these in, because we are running up against a time crunch at the end of November. Anything that is not allocated by them will be sent back to the federal government. So we're trying to get everybody to get their plans in. So this month's, no surprises here. Poverty, we always fall within that middle range because that's where our schools are. We do have 2 larger districts, but we've got 14 smaller ones, less than 500 students in this batch. 16 of the 18 are using most of their allocation. The plan represents that, and 179 of the 243 that are before you represent their full allocation. As we look at how the money's being spent, this includes today's. We're still looking at approximately 68 to 70% is going towards teaching and learning. We're still working on that other activities as far as breaking that out when we consider premium pay, based on the task force's thoughts. So more to come on that. The plans for today, they had $15 million at their disposal. The plans represent $13.7 million. A little over 400,000 we had deemed ineligible, which leaves 770,000 still to be planned for or spent. Average eligible expenditures per district, $761,000. Like I said, we've got 2 bigger districts, so that's Gary County and Garden City. So that represents a pretty big chunk of the pot that's being talked about, which bumps the average per district up. But the range starts at 55,000 at the bottom. That's Hamilton, with a district of 56 kids. And then goes up to Gary County is the 6 million. Expenditures per student, that ranges from 300 to 1,000. Spearville is at the bottom, and Chitopa is at the top. Once again, the teaching and learning, the focus of this, about 73% of the expenses are going towards those categories as we see them.
Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just recently, I was on a national conversation with, through NASB, on a committee we call GAC, Government Affairs Committee. And I listened to the moans and groans of representative state board members from across the nation on how they felt out of the loop. They didn't have information. They weren't getting information. Their plans were not going well. And I had to chime in and tell them how we're operating here and the regular reports and updates and challenges that we face, but we're addressing, directly and in the public eye. So I want to thank you for what you've done, Commissioner, and all you guys and the staff. And I want to let the board know that we have one of the finest, reporting and accountability systems with the funds. So thank you very much across the nation. Very good. Thank you. They were really impressed.
Thank you for those comments. Thank you, Commissioner Watson.
Dina?
I would second that because that came up in our regional meeting as something that we need to find out more about. And Ben and I were able to inform the group that we had a procedure that protects schools and makes certain that the funds are used in a manner that it was set up, the law was intended to be used. So thank you very much. And with that, is a motion in order? I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Commissioners' Task Force on ESSER and EANS distribution of money and
let me
approve the submission of public school district expenditure plans for ESSER to federal COVID-19 relief funds as presented.
Yeah, we are going to have two motions. This one covers ESSER, and then
Right.
Tate's going to talk about EANS, and we'll have that second motion. Is there a second to that motion? Ben seconds that motion. Any further discussion? Yeah, go ahead, Randy.
So I want to again tag on to what Dina and Jim said. You probably read in Ed Week and some other publications about school districts putting turf on their fields in certain states, and that is not happening. Our staff is to the letter of the law to make sure that both private and public schools, when they're audited, don't have to repay that. In fact, some may claim that they're too tough, but they're doing that to protect the schools and for the accountability and transparency. So what you're reading going on nationally is not what's going on in Kansas, and very proud of the work that they're doing.
Yeah, occasionally those of us on the task force will do something different. So if something bad happens, it's our fault, not yours. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. All opposed? Abstain? 901. Thank you, Doug. Now we're going to talk about EANS.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be speaking about the private school part, the emergency assistance for non-public schools. And for today's vote, we'll be asking you to vote to approve the eligible items pending the final approval of our poverty percentage from the United States Department of Education. And we'll go ahead and present just
Explain that, what you just said about poverty.
poverty. Okay. We had to submit an application in early September, the United States Department of Education, to receive the EANS 2 funding. At that point in the federal guidance, the poverty percentage was 40%, or a state could follow other options to lower that percentage. As a state of Kansas, we looked at our data, followed the guidance, and we determined based on those private schools that participated in EANS 1 that we would request a poverty percentage of 20% to meet the definition of significant poverty. We have been working over the past 2.5 weeks with the U.S. Department of Education, as at this point, they've only approved 12 state plans for EANS. Each of those 12 states stayed with the 40% poverty. The rest of the states and outlying areas requested less than 40%, and none of those have received the final approval of that. So when we bring this to you today, that's why we're saying pending the final decision on the United States Department of Education.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but if I remember from our discussion, that if it stays at 40%, there's only 12 schools that have applied that will be eligible.
That is correct. We had a total of 26 that applied based on the 20%, and if it would stay at the 40, which we would fight against because we feel like we provide the correct information to prove why the 20% is appropriate in Kansas, that would put us to the 26 that we're talking about today. So of these 26 applications we received for EANS 2, there were 1,300 individual requests that our teams looked at, totaling just over $15 million. So when we look through the process, we have 8 reviewers that review the applications the first time. If they have questions for the private schools, they reached out either via email or phone call and work with the private schools for some clarifications. At that point, they make the determination from their point of view, whether it's an eligible or ineligible item. We have daily meetings that these reviewers talk with each other. They can talk with our supervisory staff, and we help determine if there's still questions, where we think this should go. Then we do the secondary review, which are 3 staff members. Then we take it to the task force, which that is where we're at as we took it last Friday. And then they make recommendations that we bring to the state board today. One of the recommendations they made was to bring just the eligible items that we brought to them on Friday. So today you will just be voting on the eligible items presented in your packets. They asked to hold off on the ineligible items since we do have time. Based on the delay from the United States Department of Ed, they wanted us to provide more information on approximately 25 ineligible items. So we will bring those and the rest of the ineligible items that we recommended to you in the November board meeting. So the eligible items we're talking about today, that is 81% of the request, or approximately $12.7 million. We have that last bullet up there. Just as a reminder, these are budgeted estimates because we base all of the full-time employees on full insurance until we know what they're going to be paid, because we have to make sure we obligate enough money to cover any amount. We also know some of the requests, by the time our vendors reach out with invoices, there could be changes in shipping, could be changes in price. Sometimes the professional development that's been approved for 2 and 3 years down the line may have some change in price. So we just always like to remind people, these are our budgeted estimates at this time. We try to budget high because we do not want to run out of funds at any point. So we're working on that, being very careful to make sure we have the funds to make it through to September 30th of 2024. So just a quick profile of these 26 schools. As you can tell by this graph, the majority of these are smaller schools of 200 students or less. We have a couple in the 200 to 400, one 400 to 600, then we have one large high school in the 800 plus range that requested funds under EANS 2. And with this tells you the structure of those buildings. The majority are K-5, K-6, or K-8 buildings. We have one high school that is a 612 building that applied, and one high school that is a 912 building that applied. So here is the breakout for these 26 schools, and this is of the requested amount. So that over 15 million. The students it represented was over 4,600 private school students. Average request per school was just over 600,000, and the average value of the request for the student over the time of the program was $3,357 per student. So of those requested value, again, we've got the chart here that shows what we just talked about with a range of 65,000 from our smallest to just over 2.1 million from our largest request, and the range per student went from just over $1,100 to just under $13,000 per student in one of these schools. At the bottom, you see the breakout. Most of it is with teaching staff, support staff, after-school tutoring, summer school activities, mainly to address learning loss for the students. You see smaller amounts for the redeveloping instructional plans. That's typically where professional development will fall along with curriculum development. And we have our ed technology at 1.5, 1%, which it doesn't seem like a lot, that 200,000 are for supplies and sanitation. That is a large amount of the request. It's just many of these supplies and materials are some of the things that are inexpensive compared to the personnel cost. And then on that 3% or 500,000, the improving ventilation systems, we like to call that out because we cannot put in permanent structures in the private schools. So these would be air filters for their current HVAC systems, that MERV 13 and above, or portable air filters. So that comes out to our 15.7. And then our next slide is what we've deemed eligible at this point that is coming to you for your vote today. As you can tell, of this 15.7, we are voting on that 12.7 million today, which reduces the average value per school of just under 490,000. This comes to a range from 0, which we had one school that had 2 requests. They were both deemed ineligible, to a range of 1.6 million for one school that were deemed eligible at this time. That breaks down to $2,718 a student, with a range again from 0 to $8,704 a student. And the bottom is just basically showing us the same thing as the last slide, just for this $12.7 million. And again, the teaching, after-school tutoring, summer school is where the majority of these funds are going. So I will take any questions at this point.
Are there questions? Ben?
Yeah, it popped up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is just to make sure. So we had all the rules from Eanes 1 still in place with the addition of the poverty piece.
Correct.
In terms of eligibility, because I was reading through, at least just the schools in my area, there's a lot of ineligible things, and reading them, okay, so the rules are the same with the addition of the poverty deal in terms of that. I just want to make sure that I was clear when I talk to people about that, especially my privates, in terms of that. With that, I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Commissioner's Task Force on ESSER and Eanes distribution of money and approve the submission of private school expenditure plans for Eanes 2 federal COVID-19 relief funds as presented.
Is there a second to the motion? Okay, I'm lost.
So should we add the pending USDE approval?
Yes. And that's okay with you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Second? Dina seconds the motion. Ann?
Yeah, I just had one question. So were most of the ineligible requests these permanent structures that can't be approved, or?
No, there were some of them. They were just different things that didn't fall under, or in some cases, we deemed them unreasonable. There were also a few cases where the private schools didn't understand that they didn't have to request stuff as duplicate, where they requested maybe a staff member for 21, 22, 22, 23, and 23, 24. They requested those 3 again, where they really only needed to do 23, 24.
Okay.
So there was some duplication in that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other questions, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Abstain. 901. I want to add what Dina and Jim said, to appreciate. This was not the job they were hired for. They all have jobs and a lot of responsibilities, and all this was dumped on that entire department, so we really appreciate the extra effort. And then apologize for you having to put up with us on Friday afternoon.
Yep, that's fine. We'll pass your sentiments on to the rest of our staff, because it's well-deserved for them. Thank you.
Let's take a 10-minute break. Report to the State Board of Education. Welcome, Commissioner Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see all of you. Thanks for the two reports we had previous. I start working on the annual report about 3 months ago. And I can just tell you that yesterday I probably not just rearranged, I'll talk about that this morning, edited this probably a dozen times yesterday. And this morning I was still just trying to decide the sequence of how to explain this past year. You have in front of you the annual report in print. Once we remove the draft from this, which we will soon, meaning today, we will print these and you have access to, when you go to civic organizations or you're talking to people, this is a good snapshot of the past year because we kind of use the federal fiscal year as our year going forward. One of the things that I did yesterday, you know, whenever I'm out, I use this screen in a lot of different ways to talk about the work that you're doing. Also to talk about the students that it represents. As all of you know, you represent approximately 50,000 public school students and several thousand private school students. That varies a little bit more geographically. But I really took the time and just looked at your photos. So don't think I was stalking you or anything. I just looked at your photo and was thinking of the contributions that each of you have given just in the past year and how dedicated you are to those almost 500,000 Kansas students and how much you care. And whether it's the agency or the state board, Bill mentioned this really well in his remarks. We're only here because of those 500,000 and then several tens of thousands of private school. Without students, without them, we have no role. And so we always keep them in mind. So I want to just update you on the challenges in the past year to lead the world in the success of each student and some of the celebrations. And we're going to start with some celebrations, but we're going to just speak candidly and open about the challenges that you see whenever you visit or talk to a school teacher, a school principal, a counselor, a parent, students, or superintendent in our schools. All of you participated in the 50-city Kansas Can Success Tour. That was beyond our imagination of how many people would turn out compared to what happened in 2015. We are still analyzing that data, but you know, Gene and Dina, I was just thinking about, do we call Phillipsburg Western Kansas? Would they consider themselves in Western Kansas? That little dot you see that is up in Northwest, for those of you who don't know, that's Phillipsburg, with which Gene and Dina share. And if you just look at the number of school districts we visited in Western Kansas, the number of school districts visited in Southeast Kansas, and then the number of districts we visited in the metro areas because of the concentration, we did 50 to get everyone's voice, and we actually did 52 because we ended one with an online version for our Keene teachers. I'm going to share with you some of what they said, but even though we don't have all the data, we certainly have because our researchers are analyzing it. But I want to combine the vision statement today with the work that we did on the listening tour and this definition that you asked at the time the state superintendent organization to put together on your behalf. You modified it. I'll tell you what part you really modified. And then, of course, our goals. But look at the definition of that vision. Successful high school graduate You're looking at 5 areas for that success. And you're saying what we'll measure is whether or not they're successful in post-secondary or they go on to obtain an industry-recognized certificate without the need for remediation, meaning they arrive there and they're ready to go. We do a better job in some ways of measuring some of these areas than others. We'll talk about that. But the one that you added that most people in the United States don't talk about in their outcomes is civic engagement. I just got a chart yesterday, and I was going to put it in here, but I decided not to, that said the number of people, percent of people in the United States that know there are 3 branches of government has gone up. There are more people that know there are 3 branches of government. But what's interesting, there are less people today that know that we have 3. So we have the lowest number that couldn't name any of the 3. I mean, they didn't know we had 3. They can't even name any. And we have the greatest number that know we have 3. So we're growing a gap, is what I'm saying, and that's what that report. But you said civic engagement's important. That's why we have a civic advocacy network of how to go become civically engaged, which includes registering to vote and being an active participant in that. So let's talk about the successful post-secondary attainment without remediation, the last part of that definition. Let's talk about what's happened. Some of this I shared on the tour. Some of this is brand new for everyone. Goal is 95%. Why 95? 95, there's no country in the world that has a 95% graduation rate. There is no state in our country that has a 95% graduation rate. That is the lead the world metrics. So what we know through 2020 is that we have increased since 2015, the time we started measuring for purposes of our new vision, that's increased 2.6%. That's all students. 88.3, as you know on the tour I said, and it's true, no greater percent of kids have graduated from Kansas schools in the history of our state. True statement. And we are narrowing the gap between the majority of students and what we call the subgroups. These are kids that do not speak English as their first language. The gap was larger in 15, it's now smaller, still not where we want it, right? We have to acknowledge that. And poverty. Everyone gets hung up on ethnicity, on gender, on where do I live in Olathe, or do I live in Garden City, or do I live in Winfield? All of those are factors, but by far, at least in our state, by far, the biggest factor on success to get to high school graduation and having the skills to go on is how long does my family spend in poverty? And the longer, the generational, the harder it is for any of our schools, public or private, to break that cycle. And we've increased that by 3.7. What you're seeing here is that every group in graduation is growing faster than the average, which tells you that we're shrinking the gap, which is what we want to see until there's not a gap. Students with disabilities, 3.1%. All of those are also the highest in the history of our state. But as I mentioned on the tour, and I've mentioned to you several times, 12% of Kansas kids in 2020 did not walk across the stage. That represents 4,000 to 5,000 kids, and that is unacceptable to every one of you, and certainly to the families that involved. But your definition says they go on after high school. That's just the stopping point. So as you know, we do post-secondary, and you can see that we've gone from 44 to 46 to 48 to 48. We're actually recalculating all of this right now, trying to make sure that we're adding the KBOR certificates in there. But over that same period of time, we've increased this by 4%, where graduation went up 2.6%. More kids are going on that are even increasing the graduation rate. Now, there's always two sides to how you want to look at data. We're increasing. That's your definition. We're increasing. However, our goal is 95, we're at 88. Our goal is 70 to 75, we're at 48. So we're a long way from our lead the world goal, but we're making progress. But what you're going to hear me talk about today is we have to have a more concerted effort around these things that we know that work with families and kids, from our smallest schools to our biggest schools. And we're having to ask to do that in a time that's a very unusual time in the last 18 months for our schools and for our country. Now, the last part of your definition says when they arrive and they do all these things without remediation. Here's data from the Kansas Board of Regents for remedial college course rates for 17 to 19-year-olds. Those would be kids leaving high school. Community colleges, in 2010, almost 39% of those kids that arrived had to take a remedial math or remedial language arts course. Those are the two big ones. They generally don't have a remedial social studies or remedial science. But you know, I think Janet and I talked just recently about college algebra or intermediate algebra or beginning algebra. When you take a remedial course, you pay for the course, you get a credit, and it counts for nothing. Okay, it doesn't count for degree attainment. So it's time, it's effort, and it's money, and you get a credit, but it doesn't count for that. Today, community college, we've dropped that to 33.3. Too high? Yes, too high. But we've lowered it by almost 6%. For universities, in 2010, the remedial rate when you showed up at Pittsburgh State or Fort Hays or KU was 15%. Today it's 8.9. We have increased the number of graduates. We have decreased the subsections of graduates. We've narrowed the gap. We've increased the number of kids going on to post-secondary, greater than the graduation rate, and we've reduced by over 6% across the board here the number of students needing remedial work. Now that's remarkable. That's remarkable. Here's also the news. It's not fast enough movement. Does that make sense? It's remarkable. We have to celebrate that. I mean, other people are going the other way. We have to celebrate that, but it's not enough movement. We want to drive down those numbers on remedial. We want to drive up graduation. We want to drive up post-secondary success. And here's now, after the celebration of that, the challenge. The last 18 months have been the hardest on our state, and so schools are a microcosm of that, in the history of our public and private schools. The data I'm going to share with you can be said about our public school students and our private school students. The data proportionally is the same, okay? And I've been thinking of it in this sense. We all know what this is because we go out and we look at it, okay? Just like this person did. Hey, look, tornado's coming, okay? It tends to happen disproportionately in the evening. There was a nasty one happened here in the 1960s that destroyed part of the Capitol. But more often than not, you know, those storms in the spring build. And, you know, if you think about Greensburg or Chapman or some of the large ones that destroyed large parts of our community recently, Heston, they tend to happen later in the day, right? But you can watch it. Look, this photo is so indicative, right, of it. Look, there's blue sky over on the right, and there's hail on the highway, and there's this tornado coming, and, you know, we're across the field, and we know that. We live in it. We're called Tornado Alley. We don't know this one as much. Hurricane. All right? But I think we're in a combination of this. When you look at these together, you see that a tornado is very small. It's unpredictable, right? I mean, today we could have one spring up. It's unpredictable. We may have, conditions may be right, and then sirens may warn us, but we don't know for days. Hurricanes, we notice that thing, it's often in the ocean, and it's a tropical storm, and here it comes, and we got 28 paths, it's gonna happen. But you look at the size of that thing, like it's as big as the states, Louisiana, it's huge, right? And it goes slow, and it just stays there, and it churns, and you have the outer wave, and then you have the backside, and the rain. So if the wind doesn't get you, the rain's gonna flood you. Tornado, I think it's gonna miss me. I think it's, right? We're in both right now. We're in both. We're in an unpredictable in that we thought, standing here in October of 21, that this virus would be over. If you go back to March 20, I don't think there's a person didn't think we would be over this virus. And it's not. It's not. People are still, unfortunately, passing away. Hospitalizations, I talked to a friend of mine who's an emergency room doctor, talked about the lack of being able to transfer people still in Kansas that are having events because of the number of beds. So it's unpredictable because we thought it would be over. It's endearing like a hurricane. Like, oh my gosh, there's another wave of 100+ winds and rain, and it's going on and on and on. And what you see is a weariness. What you see is some people call it strange behavior. I went to my eye doctor for a routine checkup yesterday. And he said, well, how you doing? Education must be crazy. And I said, I want to know how you're doing, not just how it's affected. And had a lengthy conversation about how this has affected just him personally and what he's seen in his work, right? Not our work. But we're watching this play out with teachers. We have right now over 30 superintendents that have already resigned for the end of the year. That's never happened at this point in time. Principals, teachers, right, saying, I've got my 85 points, I can't do this. We've got parents upset, right? We've got families, and school board meetings. So we're in this storm, and we're trying to look at data to say, are we achieving our goal? And I can just tell you that every data point we have is down. Every data point we have is down. And so is everyone else's across the country. Any way we're measuring our progress, I haven't seen the graduation rate for 21. I haven't seen it, but I'm going to guess it's going to be down. Post-secondary, off the chart, has fallen off in Kansas. Academic achievement is down. Social emotional. Did you see what the University of North Carolina did this week? They canceled classes because of the number of student suicides on campus. We've had students committing suicide in schools this fall. I'm giving you examples from the academic achievement going down, to the social emotional events going on, to adults saying, I don't want to do this anymore, to parents saying, we got to have a better system. All of this is happening at the same time as we're trying to improve the system. And so what is going to be difficult is, what is the result of this, as we go forward? So I want to just share with you, as we think about this, we started this journey when we did a tour in 2015. We came back, and really for the first 2 to 3 years, we put together the vision, that definition we just talked about. We started to set the goals. How are we going to measure this? We were out talking about it. And we said by 2026, we want to have every school involved in really trying to think differently and really starting to hit these marks. In some ways, we were ahead of schedule going into 2020, and then this thing happened. And it's just reality. I'm not It's not making excuses. It's not anything but reality. And so you're not going to be able to say anything other than, how did the pandemic affect us? And we're living it. We don't know yet. We're still in that hurricane and those tornadoes, trying to still get out of it. So we still have yet to be learned. This pandemic will be studied for the next 25, 30, 40 years. And the effects will be written about for a long time, just like the Spanish flu of 1918 was talked about. So the annual report, you know, we wrestled with the name. We called it The Journey, because that is what we all are on, a journey of how we're going to deal with this. Don't take my word for it. This is the ACT Research Division on the impact of COVID-19 from the ACT researchers. It said, the decline is more severe than any other observed incident in the history of ACT testing. It's more severe than anything in the history of ACT testing. And they said more severe for younger students than anywhere else across the country, and there's the citation of that research. So I want to explain to you now what Kansas looks like, both in general and during the pandemic. Bill talked about many of the changes. Those of you, I know Dina talked about, didn't have Title IX. I remember when girls started playing sports while I was in school. They didn't get to play volleyball, but I remember the first girls basketball team. But just think about this. The Students with Disability Act happened just after Title IX. And we're just now getting students with disabilities to have more access to those activities. Think how long that took. We're trying to change an over 100-year system. And we're now, as ACT describes, in the most serious decline of academic observation in the history of their assessment. So let's just take a look at what Kansas looks like. And as we do that, please know that's what's going on with the virus. Here's, though, what we have to make sure schools know. There are 3 keys when we think about doing all this work. You have to have a process and a plan for a process. You can't say, oh, was I supposed to do that individual plan of study? You can't say that, right? You have to know, yes, you need to be doing that. Oh, you mean we were supposed to really talk about structured literacy and kids with, yes. And you better be planning. What's your plan? But I can have a great plan, right? We're going to go to Wally World. You guys remember vacation? They had a plan. They're going to Wally World. You remember how entertaining that plan was, right? Because then you have to execute it. You have to execute that plan. And finally, you have to hit the outcomes, or you have to be improving in all of those 8 areas. I'll talk about why it's 8 areas. It's not one area. It's 8 areas that not every kid is strong and weak in the same areas. So, pandemic, yes. Disruption, yes. Do we have to get better? Yes. We have to get better, despite the pandemic. At a time when, I mentioned, people are weary, people are tired. It's true of our agency too, right? I mean, it's true of every sector. What did LL Bean put out nationally? You better order your Christmas today. Because have you heard there's a supply chain problem? Your stuff you ordered is sitting in some cargo thing, either off on a dock or in a dock because of disruption. So here's what we know. 63% of Kansas students are white. That's the lowest that we've ever seen. Almost 21% are Hispanic. The other category is multiracial, also Pacific Islander and American Indian. Guess what isn't increasing? Pacific Islander and American Indian. What is increasing? Multiracial. You can also see, and I know this is small, but it is toward the back of your handout. We continue to drop in the number of kids in poverty. Caution, right? In the last 2 years, what have we done? We've given every student free lunch and free breakfast. What does that mean for some families? We're not filling out the free and reduced lunch app. Janet, you would see that more than some because you have more disproportionate high poverty school districts. That could contribute to some of the decline, but it's been declining since about 13 or 14, slightly. We peaked then. Also, the number of students who did not speak English as their first language has declined in the way we report it. But remember what we did 3 years ago. We changed that instead of 2 years, showing assessments for 2 years, we allowed you to exit someone after 1 year, which was the national criteria. That probably has a role in decreasing because what we do know is special ed population truly is exploding on us. It is increasing. That creates a problem that you'll want to talk about tomorrow too, because it creates a funding problem that affects every student. Remember, students with a disability, and I had a student who was on the spectrum. They get their education, a right to that education by federal law and state law. And you must fund that education first before you go fund the students without disabilities. So when you don't fully fund students with disabilities, you take money out of this and you move it to this, which means there's less money for the other students. So you see what the demographics, let me show it in an easier way. Here it is over the last 10 years. The green are Caucasian white kids. 67 to 63, it's decreased by 4%. If we're going to grow Kansas, if we're going to grow the number of students, we're not going to grow it primarily with white Caucasian kids. We are decreasing across the board. Also, what is decreasing? African American students, from 7.4 to 6.8. Those are the two populations in Kansas that are not growing. African American students and white Caucasian students. What is growing are Hispanic students and multiracial students. That is where, and by the way, those present different problems, right? And different solutions than maybe how we've looked in the past. And so Jean, probably more than any other area, has experienced that in Western Kansas, how Garden City or Dodge City have changed dramatically over the last 25 years, right? Every community is going to sense that at some point in Kansas. That's just who we are. That's just the demographics of who we are. Now let me tell you what happened over the last year as it relates to our students. This is a chart, and by the way, I'll give you this because I know you're looking at it going, wow, it's small, because I wanted to show you side by side. These are elementary schools by week of last school year. So week 1 is the first week they were in school. Week 30 would be the last week they're in school. See the blue, the big blue in the middle? That's the number of elementary schools that were full in that week face-to-face, okay? Green means they weren't in school at all. That's the top. And then the ones on the bottom are when they were remote or hybrid. And you can see clearly were most schools, elementary schools, in full session? Yes. Yes. You're going to hear people talk about that, right? Well, most of the schools were going to school. Here's elementary students, and look at the difference. Because guess who wasn't going to school? All in person. Oh, Kansas City, Kansas, Wichita, Lawrence, where we have most of the kids, Topeka. They were in suburbans. They were in hybrids. They were moving in and out. Who was in school? Nest City, I don't know that for a fact, but smaller school districts, right, in more isolated parts. These are elementary, all right? Look at high schools, and you're going to see a very similar pattern. These were high schools throughout the weeks and what they were in, and here's students in high school. And again, you can see that where the majority of kids were, we had a lot of different situations. Now, you'd have to study that for a long time, and Gene, you'd probably create a different chart to make sense, right? Because you have to study it. So let me just help you. These are elementary kids that experienced 2 or more significant changes, meaning I was in hybrid, and then I went remote, and then I went in person, then I went to hybrid. 2 or more. In Q1 last year, 26,715 kids experienced 2 or more different environments. I'm going to digress just a little bit. Since 2015, we've learned a lot about trauma, a lot about what causes, mental trauma, not physical. The number one thing that kids desperately want is to be loved and to have an attachment to their parents. When that uncertainty is there, there's a fight or flight mechanism that starts to increase. When you don't know, am I going to be at home tomorrow? Am I going to be in school? There is a cortisol release that happens with adults and kids that starts to raise anxiety, that starts to raise depression. Elementary kids, you can see it went down over the course of the year. That's not true for high school. 31,000 in Q1 went to 42,000, almost 43 in Q2, down to 13,000 in Q3. So what does this say? Last year, our kids were in a variety of different environments. These are 2 or more different environments in that quarter. That's a lot of change in a 9-week quarter, right? I think that kind of speaks to what was going on throughout school. So let's put it in some numbers. We're going to compare it to 19, right? The most stable year. Enrollment. Look at the drop. By the way, you want to know what? Public school enrollment dropped. Private school enrollment dropped. What increased? Virtual school enrollment increased. Homeschool enrollment, we believe, increased. The laws on homeschool, Dina can tell you from her time in the legislature, all they have to do is call us and register. We don't track. We're not allowed to track. But they're not in a public school. They're not in a private school. So people will tell you, well, they must have gone, it dropped. Enrollment dropped. Attendance, this is the average daily attendance. That doesn't look bad, right? Well, shoot, Randy, that only dropped like 0.5%, a little bit over 0.5%. Look at the number of kids that missed more than 10 days of school. It went from about 14% to 17.5%. So just do the math on 1% of about 500,000 kids. And look how many kids now are missing 10 days of school. And guess what, Janet? Disproportionately African American, Hispanic, and in poverty. The very kids that we desperately need more time with in order to move that needle, right? They missed a lot more school. Truancy up. This is formal truancy filed paperwork. A lot of times it's not filed. Learning remotely went from 0 kids to over 34,000 in some capacity. Remember, Bill talked about having to shift and do activities different? Well, we had to shift on the fly too. And parent refusal to take the state exam went from 854 to almost 2,000. That's just what the data looks like in the last year. Now, what has been your response before and after this? How are we approaching both in and without the pandemic? And then what are we doing within the pandemic to try to mitigate? You're not going to eliminate this. Try to mitigate. There's not any part of our society that hasn't been touched by this. Education's one. So I want to go back. I want to go back and remind you that when we started this work in 2015, our academic standards were rated a D. A D. This is Education Next. Company, the U.S. Department of Ed Policy Council ranked Kansas a D in its level. And I'm going to point this out because it's why we have to tell the whole story so that parents and kids and all of us have an idea. Today, that's an A. You can see the change. Here's exactly, they ranked us number 6 in the country overall, gave us an A in everything except 4th grade reading, which gave us a B+. And we were miffed about that because our teachers wanted to establish a high standard that represented I could go do any work after high school. I want to show you that maybe in an easier way. Here's, again, this is the U.S. Department of Ed Institute of Education sources. We are over on the far right. This is 8th grade mathematics standards, highest in the nation. You might say, why would we do that? Why would we do that? Because teachers in Kansas who set this said, if we don't set it here, an 8th grader doesn't have the option academically to go to KU. They don't have the option to go to the military. They don't have the option to go to community college or a trade college. They have some options, but not all. We had been in a different era when we were chasing an artificial score. And this score absolutely means academically ready. And you can see that. Now let's take a look at reading. Highest in the country. This is the early work, right? You've got to set the standards that mean something. And then you've got to go about improving those over time. Here's the dirty secret. If Kansas, you see where Kansas is? Do you see where Missouri is? Over on the far left, third from the left. If we would set this cut scores, if our teachers would have set this cut scores, which ultimately you set, but they recommended to you, where Missouri was, we could change who is proficient in 30 seconds. But it doesn't tell us who's ready for academic work past high school. Does that make sense? We empirically know that if you're hitting those standards consistently in upper levels of 2s and 3s and 4s, you're academically ready for any plan you want to exercise after high school. That's why we did it. But that's why the whole story. But that was the first step. That was the first step. But then the pandemic hit, right? We weren't making the progress we wanted academically, and the pandemic hit. You've committed $15 million to training people on how to do literacy better. And this month, you're going to approve money to go to mathematics training after we get this literacy going, because we'll have to stagger it, so that we can improve the training that teachers have to do this work. Also, with the legislature's help, Senator Baumgardner in particular, we have now where every student can take the ACT, the pre-ACT, and the work keys at no cost. Probably, and this is Ann's passion, and she knows it's mine too, we're not utilizing ACT work keys enough, and it hits the employability skills and the academic skills needed to go on to school, but also go to work. I'm just going to go over this with you quickly. Those are the areas it covers. Talk to employers. Do they need people to problem solve and do inferring and using data? And they get a score. I will tell you, we should be shooting for every kid to be silver or gold or platinum, because that's where most of the jobs are. The good paying jobs are in those. And here's what ACT says is the increased median wages with people that can get to those levels. 4 years ago, we weren't doing that. So we had to set high standards. We had to get access. Ben, what happens when 12%, 15% more kids take the ACT test? Scores come down. You can't worry about that because you have to give access first. Does that make sense? Then you got to go about it. So you have to set standards high, you have to give access, and then you've got to improve. And all of those have to happen. Remember I talked about a plan, execution, and hit the outcomes? But it doesn't turn around overnight. And now we're in a hurricane where it's going to just delay it. It's just flat out going to delay it because all these have gone down. But we do have access for every kid to be able to take that. I want to show you a short video and then finish up with some of the other work that you're doing as it relates to the annual report.
The current Common Model of Education in the United States focuses primarily on English language arts, ELA for short, and mathematics. This model has been in place and relatively unchanged for over 100 years. But is it still applicable to the 21st century? From early education through high school, the current model encourages students to focus their learning in these two core areas. And this model measures students' progress with two important but limited outcomes: core subject grades and test scores. With high-quality education, access to resources, and hard work, students may do well in this system. They achieve academic success as they move from kindergarten through secondary education. Unfortunately, this doesn't always mean they're prepared for college or career. These students may not even be aware that there are crucial skills that their education has not emphasized. And when they enter post-secondary education or the workforce, they do not have the cross-cutting capabilities, behavioral skills, or career navigation skills they need to achieve success. Research shows that ELA and mathematics are simply not enough to prepare students for a successful transition to post-secondary education and the workforce. In fact, researchers have long noted a serious leaky pipeline problem in our education system. This leaky pipeline means students often trickle out of post-secondary education before completion, despite having received adequate K-12 instruction under the current model. This is because students arrive to the next phase in their educational journey lacking the skills necessary for success. For example, they may not be prepared to adapt to a new environment, engage in collaborative work, manage their time, or make good decisions about their own education and career path. This disconnect becomes even more apparent when students move into the workforce. Under the current model, students simply don't learn how to build a skill set that will prepare them for a job they're passionate about, or choose a career that's a good fit for them. Meanwhile, employers are searching for new hires who have a wider skill set than the current education model provides. They need employees who are dependable, problem solvers, lifelong learners, and collaborative team players. Right now, many students simply aren't prepared to enter a competitive, complex job market that will call on them to demonstrate all these skills and more. So, students, post-secondary institutions, and employers are feeling the limits of the common model of education. Academic skills are simply not sufficient to ensure success. Instead, research indicates that success at school and work is multidimensional. And if success is multidimensional, we need a multidimensional measurement of student readiness, focusing on a diverse, adaptable set of knowledge and skills. This is where the ACT Holistic Framework comes in.
I'm going to end there. That was from ACT. You remember them, the test company. All the research. I'm just going to highlight it again. High school coursework, good grades play an important role, but certainly they aren't the only factors. Non-cognitive characteristics can improve college success predictions beyond those based on academics alone. Finally, current gauges of college and career, post-secondary, focus on academic, but a mounting body of evidence shows that success in college and workforce is multidimensional. For those of you that are on Advantage Kansas, we had a meeting yesterday and a lot of subgroup meetings, and the president of the Chamber of Commerce said, our members are increasingly worried about, and he said, I'm just going to call them soft skills. We call them a lot of things, right? ACT calls them cross-cutting capabilities. Some people call them cross-employability skills. Why? It's this emerging body of research that people haven't landed on one thing. Last Friday, and those of you know, I was with my sister that has cancer. Caught it early, routine mammogram, had surgery, had radiation delivered on site, did the tissue, did the lymph nodes, no cancer. My mom died of cancer in 2000. That's the end of the discussion if you're cancer-free, right? Oh, but they ran another test that was not available to my mom in 2000 that said, Vicki, you have about a 78% chance that cancer will never come back for 10 to 20 years. But if you do some chemotherapy and other treatment, we can raise that into the 90s, close to 100%. So what did she do? She engaged in a treatment protocol, even though there's no sign of cancer in her body. Does that make sense? We have new evidence that says the old model of simply drilling people on the mass score alone won't do it. But we can't say it's not a major part of what we need to do. That's why these competencies that you have developed are in combination, are necessary to be successful. We call them Kansas Can competencies. Yesterday they were referred to as soft skills. ACT just called them 21st century skills on that slide. And that's why you take a look at these measures. You say, we better focus on those social emotional, kindergarten readiness, and individual plan of study, of course, that graduation we talked about, and completion, leading to that definition. Whoops. And in our redesign, what are we focused on? Student success skills, that's the wheel. We have to raise academic achievement. Do I need to stand on a higher? So we have to raise academic achievement. We have to raise interpersonal, and cognitive skills, because that alone will not do it. Look at the KIPP charter school movement that tried to do that. And when the kids went to college, they did not graduate in any greater number. You've got to do both. So we got to personalize the experience. Had the great opportunity to spend time in Betty's home, talking to her daughter. That's a unique experience just for her and her family. That's different than Melanie's kids. It's different than Michelle's kids, different, Jean, than yours. Everyone has to have a personalized journey. We have to engage our parents and our businesses differently. And then that real world application is where you take those high academic standards and you're doing work around that, which simulates the work that you're going to do at Black & Veatch or Cerner or Cargill or mom and pop shops. That's what our schools are trying to design going forward. Look at that, Mr. Chairman. 2 minutes between you and food. This document, here's the end of the recap. We're living in the middle, or maybe not, and we're still in the middle of a hurricane. It's still whipping us, still beating us. But yet we still have to move the work forward. That is the hardest thing when people are tired and worried. We've got to do both. We're making great progress. We're not failing kids, but because we've got some of the highest marks we've ever done, but we've got to get better. And Mr. Chairman, I would stand for questions.
Thank you. Are there questions or comments?
See, that's the good thing right before lunch, because you shorten that down.
Thank you. I got a call from superintendent. You probably get a lot of them worried about something you mentioned where because the schools are being provided free lunches, the kids' parents aren't signing up, and they're wondering if we have a plan to help them so they don't lose all their at-risk money.
We have a short term where we've encouraged them to do a form that can be done at enrollment time. And KCK's had great success doing that in our largest poverty district. But not everyone's done that, and it takes extra effort.
Mm-hmm.
But there's other things that generally go along with that. Free fees, maybe admission, for sporting events if they have a sporting. But if this goes on long term, man, passed this year, we're going to have to look at that solution because state money is tied to that application.
Right. Thank you.
And I've had the same comments and the same concerns, and it's something that needs to be addressed long-term if it's gonna continue that way. Anything else? Basically, I've always said, if it's right before lunch or right before adjournment, and the question is, are there any questions, the answer needs to be no. Betty, go ahead.
I thought you were going to ignore me.
Well, I
Okay.
tried, but they
One of
wouldn't let me.
One of the concerns that I think is so apparent, and I hear this often, we know with the individual plan of study, there are some districts that really are validating and supporting that, and then there are districts that do just enough. And that's a great concern because what kind of plan would we have to make sure that statewide districts are appreciating the value of the individualized plan of study and they are implementing it? I really had hoped to talk a little more about the visit and the eye-opening experience that was for me. But because it's close to lunch, I'll come back to that and just leave my question at what kind of plan, or is there a plan that we're looking at where we can see that the implementation of IPS is statewide at the same level?
Thank you, Betty. And again, as you know, it was a great honor to be thank you for opening up your home and allowing me to come in and spend some time with your daughter. So I want you to put this in perspective. The system that we have is a 100-year-old system to deliver academic content. That's what it was made to do. And now the research is saying you can't just do academic content, you have to do these other things. It's not an add-on, it's a redesign of the system to do these things in combination. You said everyone's got to have an IPS by at least 8th grade in, I think, 2018, if I remember right. We're setting 3 years later, and you're wondering why we haven't done that very well. It's going to take time. You saw, though, 2 organizations, Piper and DeSoto, which we awarded the gold and silver on those Kansas Can Stars. Those are districts like that that are doing that wonderful job. And we have to continue to recognize those that are, encourage those that maybe just are doing the bare minimum, because Betty, as you know, a good individual plan of study is just simply sitting down with parents and kids and designing about 6 months of goals where the student owns the process of where they're going to go and adults help them navigate the questions of how to do it. We're not there. We'll get there. Remember, 2026. It's so long when we set these goals and the political winds change, right, and really pull us in a lot of different direction. But we're on track. We were on track to get there till the pandemic kind of put us on hold a little bit. So Betty, we have a rubric. We're measuring every school against that. And when you get to the gold level, you have all of those things in place that would lead to the deep understanding of having a good IPS.
And on that same subject, Betty, Jean and Randy and I were having dinner last night, and one of the discussions at dinner was the fact of the disparity between those people that are doing an excellent job, those schools that are doing an excellent job with individual plans of study, and those that are just checking the box. And you're right, this needs to be addressed because it is something that will make a difference. It will make a lot better for the success of each student. We need to identify that. So I'm glad you brought that up because that's an important issue. We will reconvene at 1:30.
That's right.
Education is called back to order. Thank you for being here. And we now are going to listen to Kansas Can highlights, creating foundation for kindergarten readiness. And we are happy to have Amanda present to us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am so glad to be here and to get the chance to introduce two of our districts who we have recognized in the area of kindergarten readiness in our Kansans Can Star recognition system. They both have great things to share, and so I want to give you as much time as possible to hear from them and to ask them questions. So we'll start off by hearing from USD 343 Perry Lecompton. Today we have JB Elliott, who's the superintendent, and Lisa Whitehair Carver, who is the principal of Perry Elementary School. So thanks so much for being here.
Well, welcome to the State Board of Education. We appreciate you being here.
Well, again, thank you all for inviting us. Hi, Ann. Good to see you again. Again, as mentioned, we are from Perry Lecompton School District, and I don't know if we have this set up or not. I think you may have some of the PowerPoint in front of you. If we could go through that just to kind of give you some information. Got it. And again, for some of you who don't know where Perry Lecompton is, it's not too far away from here. We're just down the road. In fact, if you take I-70, Highway 24, or if you want to canoe down the Kaw River, you can get there pretty quick from here. Again, north of Perry Lake, south of Clinton Lake, just to give you a little bit of aspect of where we're at. Our district size, again, we have 785 students, and that is going to include our daycare preschool program in that number, 4 school buildings, going with our Perry Elementary building, which is also our daycare. Lecompton Elementary, which is grades 1 through 4, middle school 5 through 8, high school 9 through 12. Again, more than just a pre-K. One thing that's kind of interesting for us that we get to showcase a little bit here for you is we not only have a 3-year-old preschool and 4-year-old preschool program, we also have a full-time, year-round KDHE approved daycare that operates within that. We open up at 6:45 in the morning and we remain open until 6 p.m. at night. So that kind of accommodates our parents that work and travel, because we are sometimes referred to as a bedroom community for some of our parents there. We serve daycare. We go as low as 18 months of age. So when you walk in that building, you're going to see some very tiny kiddos in that building, which is really neat to see. We also have the daycare that we match up with our preschool programs 3 and 4. So along with that 3-hour-a-day preschool program, we also have that extended time that parents can leave those children there in our care for the remainder of the day. Also kind of unique, we accept DCF payment for those kids through the KDHE program, which means if parents qualify, they can actually have that daycare paid for them and provided from the time those kids are 18 months of age all the way through. So in kind of going with that redesign question, you've probably heard a lot about the why behind this, right? So what we found about 5 years ago when we first started researching this, we were seeing a declining enrollment in our district, which means if you have declining enrollment, you have some open space. So the task that was given to me by the Board of Education was, what do you want to do with that space and how can you help stop some of that declining enrollment? Also, finding childcare in our community, like many around Kansas, it's a challenge. So we had also, when we interviewed teachers, some of them would say, well, I'd love to take the job, but I don't know if I can get childcare in your community. So this was another why behind that one. We also had to turn away some of our kids. At the time we did this, we only had a 4-year-old program. And again, you're talking about maybe 30 kids tops is all, it's all we could serve. And so that was a challenge. And then again, the concerns about kindergarten readiness. We wanted to try to find a way to increase what our kids could do at that age of 5 when they came in for our kindergarten classes. So obviously, starting something new, that we had some challenges there. Finding the right leader, and we were fortunate enough in our community to find a retired kindergarten teacher that we could talk into maybe doing some administrative tasks and wanting to get certified by KDHE to be a program director for an early childhood program. And Lisa's going to speak here in just a minute on that. Also, we had to update our facilities. I mentioned those really little bodies going around. It's different from having that playground equipment for 5-year-old kids as opposed to an 18-month-old. You have to do some different things. And then staffing a new program. That was about 4 years ago when we started staffing, which is probably more of a challenge now than it was then, but it has also been a challenge to try to retain some of those staff members along the way. Because it is, when you look at how we pay our employees in a KDHE daycare program, we're not state funded, so we're actually self-funded. So the fees that we charge is also going to be directly related to what we can pay our staff. So that's a challenge. And then the question, this is something that hasn't been done a lot throughout the state. So from our board, the question was, can you do this and will it be successful? So there's a little bit of leap of faith there. So as we go through the next slides, I'm going to turn this over to Lisa, and she's going to speak to you about some of the kindergarten readiness pieces here.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share about our program today. For our daycare and pre-K staff, we consistently collaborate not only as daycare and pre-K, but also with our kindergarten staff to ensure that the kids that we're working with are prepared both academically and in the social emotional area. Daycare and pre-K teachers have weekly lesson plans geared to support early childhood learning. That is actually a requirement by KDHE in the child care rooms to have lesson plans posted, and we've been able to align those with the Kansas Early Learning Standards and support kids in that manner. We communicate with our area daycare providers by including them in our quarterly early childhood ad board meetings. That committee is made up of pre-K and K teachers in addition to counselors, and we have reached out to those area providers. We feel like it's extremely important for us to maintain a good working relationship with them and support the children that they have within their settings. Along with starting our child care program, we expanded to include pre-K3 along with our pre-K4 program. It's an AM/PM situation, so lots of early childhood opportunities with the addition of that program. We were very excited to share that approximately 75% of our kindergarten students in our pre-K we were excited to share that approximately 75% of the kindergarten students had attended our pre-K program. So we've got some consistency as children move through those programs. I believe one of the very important parts of the program that we provide in our building is establishing relationships with families. And as you establish those relationships with families, you're creating those easy transitions, whether that be from the home to childcare, from childcare to pre-K, from pre-K to kindergarten. The numbers that you see in this slide pertain to our license capacity. Right now, the license capacity of our center is 60. We can serve 10 at the 18 months to 2.5, 18 children between 2.5 and 3 years, and from 3 to 4, an additional 18 children. We just took the pre-K3 room under the guidance of our child care room, our child care program, and so for each class, AM or PM, we could go up to 14 children. The statistic for the pre-K4 classroom is actually the number of children that are currently in that program. There are currently 32 children enrolled, and I will say that last year our enrollment for that group was 23, so we're up significantly in that pre-K4 classroom. For us as a staff, we have a strong belief that an early childhood program, and a strong one, strengthens all the schools within our district. We are providing that early foundation. We also believe that using the data from IGDES, Ages and Stages, and AIMSweb Plus, those pieces of data should be used to guide the instruction within our child care program, our preschool, and within our kindergarten. Collaborative Collaboration is a huge strength, I believe, for our program, not only between childcare and pre-K and kindergarten, but we also have an absolutely amazing opportunity to interact with programs like Parents as Teachers, Tiny K, and our 3 to 5 ECSE. We have access to all those professionals to come into our building and work and support children within our program. As a staff and a community and a district, we believe it's critical for our kids to be prepared for kindergarten. That means we're prepared to learn, we're prepared to share, we're prepared to interact with our peers and our teachers, we're prepared to collaborate and prepared to work through frustrations and challenges that may arise. I believe that within the Perry-Lecompton community, our early childhood program has been very well received. As I mentioned earlier, I believe that we have a strong working relationship with the providers that are within our communities, whether that be on the Douglas County side or the Jefferson County side. I also believe that providing an early childhood program that is strong is a really strong drawing card, not only for the district to recruit staff, certified and classified, but also to support economic development within our communities. It's been a really great thing to be able to mention to new people coming into the community that we do have a strong program. We do offer a discounted rate for staff members, and that is a plus and a support for the teachers within our district. We have had a number of districts reach out to us and schedule visits with us, and we are always eager to share our process and our experience, the ups and the downs that we've gone through as we've established our program. So we're always ready to answer any questions. Challenges that we have experienced as we've established the program. Space may become a challenge for us as our district is experiencing a pattern of growth. We would love to see our waiting list get shorter and be able to serve more children, and space is something that we'll need to think about in the future. Staffing is always at the forefront of our minds in terms of maintaining a quality staff and being able to provide a salary and benefits for a staff that is supportive of them and their families. It is important when you start a program with KDHE and KSDE that we do have some situations where we need to maintain some boundaries. In some circumstances, criteria and guidelines are a little bit different for non-school age and school-age kids. As Mr. Elliott mentioned earlier, our program is self-funded, and when we make the choice to raise the pay of our employees, then potentially our fees need to go up as well. In conclusion, I can personally say that it has been such a great pleasure and such a fulfilling experience for me as a lifelong educator to enter into this program. There is a great joy and a great sense of fulfillment knowing that you are helping families raise their children, that you are starting at the very youngest child and helping that child enter school prepared and comfortable and at ease with the setting that they're in. I do believe that our kindergarten teachers, the team that we have within our building, see a difference as kids come into kindergarten. Children are at ease. They are ready to move through the routines and the procedures that come along with starting kindergarten. I think our families are prepared to see kids go into kindergarten and and do that without a lot of stress and worry. I believe that our community is appreciative of the service we are providing. We're part of a community effort to have a healthy, safe, supportive community. Are there any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. A couple of questions. How long is your waiting list and what's the potential for growth?
Well, I would say I'll let Lisa answer the question on the waiting list. That kind of depends on the year and the time. During the summer, I'd mentioned that we're a year-round program, so some of our teachers who have kids stay at home. Those kids come out. We see some kids go in at that time. But I would say as far as a number right now, typically running around between 5 to 10. Is that fairly?
Yeah, I would say right now we're probably at 5 to 7. And as we've grown as a program, I think I've become more efficient at knowing where I can plug kids in, because you do need to look at those individual age groups, and you have to be very mindful that the 2.5 to school age room, you need to be able to transition your toddlers in. So it's a little bit of a balancing act, but I would say that we review that list frequently, and anytime we have the option and the availability to move someone in, we do that. Adequate staffing is something that really impacts that as well, and I think that we can say that we're reaching a point where we're in a good place with staffing, so potentially we'll be able to add some more children in.
And the cost of childcare for some families is an overwhelming burden. Do you have is it a sliding scale, or do you?
Unfortunately, we do not have a sliding scale. We do offer the DCF piece that we have, and again, we have compared ourselves to other child care programs around the Lawrence and Topeka area, which is where a lot of our parents would take their kids when they're going to work. We've still stayed well below that. So we not only try to stay competitive, we try to stay below that.
Okay, thank you. Ann?
Well, thank you guys for all your work in this area. As like you said, this is going to pay huge dividends down the road. And thank you for working with the local daycare providers, because I know other communities say, oh, we get so much pushback, we can't make it happen. But, you know, my assumption is that parents really want the schools to start serving this space. Is that your take too? Are you hearing from parents about?
I think in terms of what parents want are just trying to find daycare. We've had, just since we started, I think 2 or 3 daycare providers that have no longer open. Or another problem was they had retired, which has kind of caused us to look at this program. So I think, adequate in terms of being close by, and then also affordable is a key piece to that. Anything like that, I think parents would be very appreciative of.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation. Amanda?
Absolutely. We certainly send our fair share of districts to USD 343 to ask questions and to see how it's going. So I so appreciate their willingness to come and share with all of you today. Next up, we get to hear from Goddard and the team here. We have Dr. Julie Canizo, who's the Assistant Superintendent of Academic Affairs, Tricia Moritz, who's the Early Childhood Facilitator, and Connor Christensen, who teaches 3rd grade at Apollo Elementary School. So thanks for being here. And you can advance slides right here.
Okay, thank you. Hi there.
And welcome.
Hi, thanks for having us. We're always excited to share some good things that are happening, especially in early childhood. And my name is Tricia, and I am the Early Childhood Facilitator for the Goddard Schools. Can I pull it down? Why? Awesome, thank you. All right. So what's happening right now in Goddard Schools is we have really totally embraced early childhood co-teaching in our classrooms. So it's important to us to make sure that our kids are all in the same environment. It's an inclusive environment. It's least restrictive. All of the good stuff is happening in one room, and it's a real community reflection. So reasons that we decided to do that with co-teaching is that it enables us as teachers to give more of an intense and an individualized instruction in that general ed setting for the kids. So when you have one teacher in there, and we have 3 to 5 year olds, they find it really hard, to keep up, differentiate, accommodate, do all that you can. So when we connected co-teachers together, we saw that those needs are being met for all of our students. It also helps decrease the stigma for students with special needs. So no longer are they having to be pulled out for services, but those services are happening in the classroom. So our kids with IEPs get to receive their services right there with their peers, and a lot of times their peers are joined in an activity with them. It also increases that opportunity for understanding. So our gen ed peers, like I said, again, it's part of an early childhood community. So it's an acceptance and understanding. If you guys walk into one of these rooms and you see the littles taking care of each other, supporting each other, interacting like a community should. So we started off this whole grand plan, and we got Dr. Vila's book and Dr. Thousands, and a guide to co-teaching. So we handed those to all of our teachers, all of our early childhood teachers, before this went into effect. Then we created a Google Classroom, which I ran, and we had discussion. We did a book study together. A lot of times we find where our teachers, it's just another thing for me to learn and do in a book to read, so we made it interactive. We had some really great, some people gave their opinions on how they didn't think it would work, and then, oh, here's a great idea. And then we kind of ended that. That book got passed out in October. In February, we did Tazin's initial co-teaching training. And I had already been through all of this and the coaches training, so I had that support system with me with Tazin as well. So we did a co-teaching training where we had all of the early childhood staff participate and go through that, and got to ask questions and what would it look like in our room. And then now we're in the ongoing coaching stages is where we're at. So to kind of describe what our classroom setup looks like, that's what this next slide is. So we have 2 classrooms. Our early childhood programs are each at our elementary schools. So this is, for instance, one elementary school. So we have 2 classrooms, classroom A and B. We cap it at the 20 students total. And these are approximate numbers. Sometimes we get a little mixed on those, but say 20 students total. So we have 15 of those kids are qualified to come into the room in the at-risk qualifications. And then we try to keep it about 5 students with IEPs, because the at-risk is just for the 4s, and then the students on IEPs are 3 to 5 years old. So in that room with those kiddos, we have a gen ed teacher and a gen ed para, and then 1 special ed para. So each classroom is set up about the same, reflecting each other. Then in the middle there, you'll see it says where they rotate rooms. We have a SPED teacher, a SPED para, and then our related service providers. So that SPED teacher is co-teaching in both classrooms. So they set up their schedules not to mirror each other. They make sure centers are happening at different times. They schedule it just so that teacher can make her way in both rooms to co-teach. The SPED para that rotates, she'll rotate with the classroom. So if that makes sense, when the SPED teacher comes to this room, her para heads into the other room, so that you always have 4 adults in the room for those 20 kids. And then related services, they come in and they provide, so like OT and PT, they come in and they do motor group. So they're meeting the needs of their kids, working individually with their kids in a task, but the rest of the classmates can join in and participate. And then like our speech pathologists will come in and they'll run snack time. And so they're using communication boards and lots of things. So the whole premise is to make the classroom set up as a universal design for learning. So it's meeting all of the needs of these kids. The co-teaching allows for that individualized attention, and just to really make sure we're doing what we can for our kids there. So so far going well. We've done a survey to our staff. Job satisfaction has increased with this change. They don't feel like they're bearing all the weight on their own, so that's going up. The increase in learning is happening too, and so previously where it's set up, where we had an at-risk classroom and a special ed classroom, they're both following the same curriculum, just one teacher is doing the modifications. So it didn't make sense that we were operating in two different, that's not reflective of who we are in our communities either. So we've got it meshed up, and I will say there were hesitancies as we started because, changing what we're doing, and this is my classroom, this is my space, but it's really become quite a family community, so. All right, and then Connor is gonna tell you about some other stuff going on in Goddard. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Thanks for allowing us to come today. It's an honor to be here. My name is Connor Christensen. I teach 3rd grade at Apollo Elementary School in Goddard. Previously, for the past 5 years, I taught kindergarten. My partner in crime, Liz Ewing, wasn't able to make it here today, but she teaches kindergarten at Clark Davidson Elementary School. We have become a great team over the last 4 years, and I think it's a really cool story to see how we've come together to make a world-class program for our district. So Kinder Prep started with a dream. In the 2017-2018 school year, Dr. Henry, our superintendent, came around to the staff and empowered us to dream big, and that's exactly what we've done. He asked the staff to submit ideas to extend summer learning opportunities. Liz and I had ran into each other a couple times through professional development and training and things. But unbeknownst to each other, we submitted the same idea for a kindergarten readiness camp in the summer. We quickly met, thanks to Dr. Henry, Dr. Canizzo, and Mr. Hirsch, and we got this thing running. We were given full autonomy and creativity to do what we needed or what we thought needed to be done to address the kindergarten readiness in our district. And so once we started planning, we had to kind of reflect on what was our purpose and what was our need within the district. And so we've got a couple different populations of families and students. We've got those who can afford to go to a comprehensive private early childhood center. We've got those that qualify for our early childhood programs within the district, and then we've got those in the middle. They don't have the resources to attend a private program, and they don't qualify to attend in the district. And so our plan was to address that with Kinder Prep. We wanted to open up the gates. We wanted to identify students through screenings that were possibly at risk, maybe had social emotional need, and showed that they were not quite kindergarten ready. So once we got to that point, we identified our need, we had our dream in place. We began to set the foundation. And really, we didn't want to start Kinder Prep to help students learn ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. If that is something we can get out of it, that's great. But we knew that the most important thing that was going to come of Kinder Prep was building these students' social emotional needs, getting them an understanding of the kindergarten routines and procedures, what a normal day looks like, what a school looks like, because almost none of them have been to school yet. And then while we were getting into it, we realized we had students coming to kindergarten that didn't know what expectations looked like. They weren't sure how to hold a pencil or write their name. And they emotionally, socially, they just weren't quite ready for kindergarten. And so once we had that in place, we started going. So our program, Kinder Prep, is an 8-day program. We have had it now this is our 4th year. We've done it 3 summers, the summer of 18, summer of 19, and the summer of 21. It is an 8-day program. It runs from 9 to 1:30. So you'll notice that it goes over lunch, which we think is an amazing asset to this program. The students not only are gaining their fine motor skills and learn how to sit in a chair and raise their hand to answer questions, but they're learning how to walk through a lunch line, carry a food tray, and sit at a table for 20 minutes and eat lunch. We mirror our schedule to that of kindergarten. So these kids come to school, they have morning routines, they have expectations, we have procedures. We get to go to lunch, we get to go to PE, we get to go on field trips. All of these things that these kids are going to do when they get to kindergarten. And so really what the best part about Kinder Prep is the impact of it. So over those 3 summers, we have impacted almost 175 students that without Kinder Prep would have been coming to kindergarten without having that extra a buffer or that extra practice before they get there. Now, like I said earlier, it would be awesome if every student left Kinder Prep and knew all their ABCs and could count to 100. But we want them to understand that they can be successful when they get to the kindergarten classroom, because many of them have anxiety when they get to kinder prep. A lot of families and parents have anxiety before they bring their students to kinder prep. And so we're trying to pull out all of those barriers to ensure that our students can be successful when they walk in the classroom on their very first day at kindergarten. One of the coolest things is when these students come to kinder prep on the first day and they're bawling, they're crying, they don't want to separate from mom, dad, grandma, or grandpa. And then they come in the last day and they're running in the door. They have a smile on their face. They're ready to get engaged because they know they're going to be safe at school. They know they're going to be loved, and they know they're going to be taken care of. Just to put the icing on the cake is I had the pleasure of having a kinder prep student during the summer and having that same student in kindergarten. Watched her break down on the first day of kinder prep. I watched her strut into kindergarten on the first day with confidence, with her head held high, and she was able to model and lead for everybody else in the classroom because now she knows what's expected when she goes to the carpet. She knows what she needs to do when she walks into the cafeteria. And now those teachers have someone they can count on in the classroom that can model for all of the other peers in there. So, and it's not only been a great asset for our students, it's been a great relief and a great asset for our families. Like I said, we've had students crying on the first day of kinder prep, but we've also had parents crying on the first day of kinder prep. And so we're helping to break down those barriers as much as possible. And this just shows us that yes, we can be successful if our kiddo is away for a couple hours. They're going to be taken care of. They're going to be successful. They're going to be happy when they come home. So we believe that kinder prep has helped bridge that gap to kindergarten readiness, help provide a free resource to our families. We hope to expand it in the future to help give every single student in the Goddard Public Schools an opportunity to be kindergarten ready on the first day. And so, it's a great program. And I think it's just, I just want to thank our district for supporting Liz Ewing and I, two teachers who just had an idea. And I think just because we've been given the autonomy, we have been able to make a positive impact on our district, on our community, and on our kids. So if you have any questions, I'd love to answer them.
So you've over 3 years, about 175 students.
Correct.
Has it grown? Does it start small and then each year it gets bigger?
Great question. So in the summer of 18, we weren't quite sure how to structure the program. So we had a morning session, class sizes of about 10, an afternoon session. So we had 2 classes in the morning, 3 in the afternoon. We had about 50 kids. The next summer, we grew it to about 65, and that's when we stretched it over that lunch period. So from 9 to 1:30, everybody was there at the same time. We didn't do it in 20. In 21, we had about 60 kids again, just because we were going through that screening process. So we were trying to identify kids that hadn't gone to to preschool yet, students that had issues separating from parents, fine motor skills and things like that. So we really had kind of a strategic screening process. In the coming summer, we really hope to open up those gates. We still hope to screen and give them the priority, but as long as we can staff it, we're going to have as many kindergartners as we can this summer.
And what's your potential?
The potential, so ideally, it would be great if kinder prep no longer existed because we had an expansive early childhood program in the district. Until we get to that point, our potential is just the number of staff that we can get in the door.
Oh, great. Appreciate your presentation. Well, just a side issue. I used to, as a school superintendent, I used to love, one of the things I liked most was being at the kindergarten door on the first day of school. And quite frankly, I've seen more parents cry than kids.
Exactly.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate this. This is exciting. Appreciate what you're doing for kids.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Anything else, Amanda?
Absolutely. So I get to back clean up and connect some dots between what we've heard so far today. And let's see if I can share this back again. There we go. So I get to connect just a couple dots between pieces that you've heard today about the fantastic work happening in these two districts and then what's happening on a more statewide level. So you heard quite a bit about affordability as we're thinking about access to childcare, and USD 343 talked about the Child Care Assistance Program, sometimes called the Child Care Subsidy Program, that's operated by the Kansas Department for Children and Families. That's something where if a family's income qualifies, a working family is able to get that assistance to then pay to either a licensed child care facility that's licensed by the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, or to, in some cases, a family or friend or neighbor who's providing care. This is really important when we're thinking about the financing that can help support childcare and early learning in our state. And it's something that's expanded as a result of the federal relief funding that's available. So as you're out and about driving in Kansas, you might see billboards for the Kansas Hero Relief Program. Working Kansas families can go to ksherorelief.com to see whether or not they qualify. And it's definitely something where help spreading the word is well appreciated, because it is something where the eligibility has expanded quite a bit as a result of federal changes. The other piece that I wanted to share, we've talked a lot about transitions and the importance of getting both families ready for transitions and then also supporting young kids. And many of you might be previously familiar with this booklet, Kindergarten in Kansas. There have been thousands distributed in the state since it was first published in 2016. I'm here today to thank our partners at the Kansas Parent Information Resource Center. Rachel Willis, who is their early childhood coordinator, is here today, and we've partnered with her and with Dr. Jane Groff and Natalie Schweda and the rest of the team at the Kansas Parent Information Resource Center. And we've been able to update the booklet so that it now includes additional information about the Kansas CAN Vision. It previews the Kansas Kindergarten Readiness Snapshot, and we were able to use our federal preschool development grant, Birth to $5, that fund our All In for Kansas Kids state strategic planning work. We were able to use those to translate into additional languages. So it's now available. It's always been available in English and Spanish. Now it's also available in Arabic, Burmese, Swahili, and Vietnamese. So this is a bit of an experiment on our part to get to see, all right, if we make this available in additional languages, how does that support communities? And the exciting piece, and the piece where we could use all of your help, is that these booklets are free in any of those languages to anybody in the state of Kansas who serves young kids and families. And as we've heard today, it's never too early to start preparing for that transition into kindergarten. So if folks are subscribed to our KSDE early childhood newsletters, they've received the link that folks can use to order these, or people can email Natalie Schweda, nschweda@kperk.org, to get copies of those. So we love to give them away. We love the opportunity to get those out into communities, and we really appreciate our partnership with the Kansas Parent Information Resource Center on this project. That's all I have. That's all, folks, so to speak. So if you all have any questions about either of those pieces, I'd be happy to answer them, or I can turn it over to Michelle for the next item on the agenda.
I don't see any questions. Yeah, I guess you've been very comprehensive. We appreciate that.
Thanks, everybody.
And again, I want to.
Oh.
Okay, Ann.
Thank you. How can we get copies of those? Do we just let you know, and or
You can
we pick
email
them
Natalie
up?
Schweda, or we can actually include the link to the order form. There's an online Google sheet so that we can track where we've sent them and in how many languages. So we'd be happy to share that in the follow-up materials.
Thank you.
I've raised my hand, but I guess you can't see that. May I jump in?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you can, Betty.
You know, you were talking about who cries, and
If you
I
want to
was
do
sitting
that, you
here.
just need to hobble over here, Betty.
Okay, hold on. Give me a couple hours. I'll be right there. I love hearing this. I really do. And I have to say, one of the things that stands out in my mind, we often hear about public education, and we accept all kids wherever they are. And then we hear about the discrepancy of the starting point, and that always follows them. What you are doing is so great, because to hear of a program that we're talking about narrowing down that discrepancy, allowing more kids to start at the same point, and how they can progress through their education. This is just wonderful, and I've heard enough. I think I'm going to check out for the rest of the day. That was great. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you for those of you that made presentations. And now, Second. Teacher vacancy and supply highlights.
Oh, my
Welcome,
goodness.
Michelle.
Good afternoon, Chairman Porter, members of the board, Commissioner Watson. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Okay, I'm going to stop and let Eric do his business over there. I'm just not going to touch anything. So I love listening to Amanda's presentation. I was in the hallway and so excited to hear about all the wonderful things going on in early childhood education in Kansas. Let me shift gears with you a little bit and share with you this year's teacher vacancy and supply work and our agenda. I'll be doing the majority of this with you this year, and I told Shane this morning that in his new role as assistant director, he gets to do this next year. But today I will take the lead on this and answer any intricacies of questions that you all might have. I may have to rely on Shane. We'll look at vacancies. We'll look at the number of bodies that aren't available to fill positions in the vacancy report. These are separate reports, these first two. We'll also look at the licensed personnel report, which then talks about the current bodies that school systems have, how they're being used, and the demographics around that particular report. And then I'd like to bring you, unfortunately, the chairman of the Teacher Vacancy and Supply Committee is substituting today. She is with Turner Public Schools and unable to be with us. She and her team are filling substitute roles. So I make apologies for her, but I will share information from the Teacher Vacancy and Supply Committee as well. So let's talk about the vacancies. So the data on vacancies is collected in the fall of every year, and then we do another collection in the spring in order to give systems an opportunity to account for any positions that they've filled. So we do that collection in the fall, and then we do it in the spring, and then we do it again in the fall. So we compare, when we get deep down into the data, we look at fall to fall and spring to spring. So spring gives them an opportunity to note whether any vacancies were filled and to note any additional vacancies, and the collection is the vacancies at the start of the school year. Let me remind you just briefly what we consider a vacancy. A vacancy is any position not filled. That one's pretty self-explanatory. But we also consider vacancies positions that are filled, but that person doesn't hold the appropriate license. So a substitute or emergency substitute is in a position, if they're temporarily filling, for example, on a maternity leave, extended leave, et cetera. And then other situations that are not licensed appropriately. The example I give is the FACS teacher at high school who wants to go and teach first grade. She has a license, but he or she is not appropriately licensed for that third grade position. Things that are not considered vacancy, the best way to describe this is a lot of our extra programming, some other license pathways that we have. The important piece to note there is those candidates have a connection with higher ed, they're in a program. And so those are not considered a vacancy because they're in their teacher apprentice program at Wichita State or the restricted licensure program at Fort Hays State University. You've heard this morning in Dr. Watson's presentation. The thing I think we need to consider, and I want you to keep in mind as we move through this, I've affectionately referred to myself as Debbie Downer this week when presenting this data because it doesn't look good. But I think we know that COVID has affected our school districts and their ability to fill positions. And we also need to review this in mind that you all allowed our school systems to use a high number of substitutes with a great deal of flexibility, which I think was very much appreciated by the field. Anecdotally, I will tell you of school systems who have said, we had 25 substitutes and I have 18 in programs to become fully licensed teachers because they worked hard at the system level to make that happen. So there's some good news. I'm not completely depressing here. What I want to share with you on this slide, you're going to ask me about some numbers and some differences, but please be aware these are our top 5 vacancies. The Vacancy and Supply Committee knew that they needed to really solidify the top areas of vacancy in Kansas, and thankfully the work that they've done has adjusted some of the reporting that we do to bring you those top 5 every year. Nothing's particularly changed. We know that special education continues to be an area of focus. There are obviously more need for those now than have been reported in the past. Elementary continues to be a shocking space of not enough teachers. Science and math, and including English language arts, those are the top 5 vacancies that I'm going to share with you today. I also put another piece of data on here, different than I've shared before. Look at the very bottom. Somehow I'm trying to capture, if it were 13, 14, how many positions school systems would you be hiring for? How many full-time positions? And in 2013-14, we reported 44,152 positions. Note the difference in 2021. Now we're reporting 43,197. I think there's some attrition there, right? In 2013, we said we want to fill these, we can't, so we just found other innovative, creative ways to offer high-quality education to our students with a few less bodies. So, again, not surprising when you look at this by board district, right? So, sorry, Jean, we continue to struggle out in Western Kansas filling positions. I'm very thankful, and I want to say to my Western Kansas schools, I believe their reporting this year was tighter than it's ever been. Remember, my reporting to you is only as good as those systems give me, right? So they are consistently reporting vacancies. Shane's worked hard to communicate with systems on how to fill out those reports so we can bring you the best data possible. And Chairman Porter, I'm not sure if you want to stop for questions or just wait till I get to a complete session. I'm happy to do what works for you.
I don't see any listed right now, so let's continue.
Thank you.
Feel free to interrupt at any point.
I appreciate that. So let me talk with you a little bit about vacancy reasons, the reasons why people were leaving positions. Most importantly, no applicant. And you can tell from the fall of 18 to the fall of 21, that number has grown. The second piece is not fully qualified based on endorsement area. Again, that's that area of I have a license, but it's not the exact appropriate license. There are some cases where people have chosen to hire a non-qualified over a qualified candidate based on personalities and best fit. Budget, a bit of an issue. Could be the qualified applicant refused an offer or personnel issues, and then not fully qualified based on professional attributes. For example, you had a qualified candidate who just didn't have the professional qualities you wanted in your system. We did add a line asking about COVID, and we had 3 report that COVID was indeed a vacancy issue, but you'll see that we also asked that a little differently later on in the personnel report. So before I go to the next section, remember that's the vacancies, right? That's the positions that you wanted to hire. Are there questions there before I move forward?
Go ahead.
Okay, so Michelle, is through fall of 21, what was the cutoff of that? Because some people had to have vaccinations by a certain date, so that's going to come up here soon in October or sometime in October.
It might.
Yeah.
Yep, so the cutoff date was September 27th.
Oh, yeah, because there's a date and there's been a pushback on in some districts, so that 3 could be changed, right?
It might, and then they'll have an opportunity in the spring to report that, an update as well.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, sir.
I don't see anything else.
Okay. Yes, sir.
It occurs to me that the location, whether it's rural, urban, or suburban, would also play into the vacancy numbers.
Mm-hmm.
A 1 can be devastating in a faculty of 9.
Yeah. In smaller systems, Dr. Watson and I have talked a lot about this. I'll have a superintendent call and say, I have 10 or 8 elementary teachers, I'm losing 2, what do I do? That's that phenomenally rich conversation I have an opportunity to have then about how you deliver high quality instruction with the licensed bodies you have in front of you. And so you are absolutely right. Yep, but I have shifted my focus a little bit with systems and trying to problem solve how you focus on what you have instead of what you don't have.
And you have on your board there, special education, elementary, science, math, language arts, but it doesn't take into account foreign language.
True.
In other areas, industrial arts.
Correct.
Just because they don't have a lot, you'll have maybe 4 language arts teachers in a building, but one, tech teacher.
And yes, sir, and we are collecting that data as well. We do have an additional list with those additional endorsement areas like world language that's collected, but we just wanted to convey the top 5 on this particular slide.
Yeah, well, my point is that they might not have the top 5 in numbers, but percentage-wise, it might be more devastating.
It's true. Absolutely true. And we do have to Shane's point, a longer list that details that out by position. And when you're looking for one of something and you only have one and there are none, your point is well made.
Then the other side is you might have a candidate, but you don't want the candidate.
Correct.
Could be references, could be for a variety of reasons, professional reasons. We'll leave it that on a cloud. But sometimes it could be worse to put someone in there who's maybe licensed, but
right,
doesn't have the potential to be successful.
Correct.
Very well put. Ben?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and if you get to this, just tell me that. Do we collect data on the amount of classified shortages?
We do not.
Okay, because every single district and superintendent I've talked to has a severe shortage of classified employees. We talk about that, what was it, 1,200 certified teacher vacancies? You said it was going to be shocking. Unfortunately, you delivered. I'm scared to even know what our classified vacancies is. I was at a district that they had a building that's supposed to have 5 paras in it. They have 2. They have no applicants for the other 3 positions. No applicants. And so I think we talk about people that support. Every one of my districts is looking for classified personnel. Every single one. And I think to start looking at that data would also be very useful in terms of what we're doing here. And I know they're not certified and we don't have to deal with the regulations, but to provide that snapshot, I think would be very important as to the actual state of employment and kids' resources in Kansas.
Thank you. So let's shift gears a bit and talk about this is the staff. This is who's in those positions currently. And what the licensed personnel report shows you, again, this is self-reported. The districts report this to us. We get a chance to look at entrance and exit data, the demographic data, the retention rates, our alternative pathways, and just an overall picture of licensure in Kansas. There's some good news. There's some good news here. So stability, the educators who remained in the same district is a little higher, around 90% of those. Changed districts, those percentages stay low. We are entering new grads into our programming from both in-state and out-of-state programs. From other field, those are more in career and technical pathways. But I like this exporting and importing information here. We exited 259 out of state, but yet we entered 475. So that's good. We have folks coming.
That's important.
Yes.
That's an important statistic because we hear all the time, people are flocking out of Kansas.
Yeah.
But consistently, we have had more people coming in than going out. So that is a false narrative when we hear that.
Yeah. Thank you. A little bit more information. We wanted this time to look at retirement, right? Because we heard anecdotally that teachers are retiring. They absolutely are, but not dramatically higher, indeed higher, but not dramatically. They did retire. We have some that left the profession, and yes, we double-checked that 505 more times than once because I said to Shane, that can't be right. The same number from one year to the next, and he double-checked that, and that is indeed correct. The health issues, I think we talked just briefly about this. We have that opportunity to report, and that number did rise. Again, we added COVID as a reason and then deceased as well, and so we're able to look at that number that way. Here's your demographics. This one's always interesting too. The largest group of our educators have been in the classroom for 5 to 9 years with a mean years of 14 years mean experience. The average age, 42.9 in parentheses. You're able to see the previous year's data. The average age is 44. Now, teachers and educators. Educators is all of us, superintendents, principals, teachers, reading specialists. That's the difference there. When we refer to educators, we're talking about all teachers is just teacher licenses. Salary average range for the first-year teacher went up just a bit. Average range for teachers that have been in the profession longer, that went up as well.
When you're talking about salary, are you talking about salary and benefits or just salary?
Those are the details I need a little
That's
help on.
base salary without fringe benefits.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Shane. I love this slide too. This continues to tell us that the 2 years of mentoring matters, and it does keep our younger educators in the profession, and you can tell where we started that 2 years of mentoring in 2017. So we continue to retain those at a rate that increases. These are your alternative pathways, the restricted licensure, always on an upward trend, but the difference from 2020 to 2021 in my mind is not significant enough to really start seeing as a trend I'm concerned about, especially Dr. Schmidling and Joe New in our office have been out working with some of our universities, and anecdotally, again, we're hearing that there are many candidates continuing to enroll in these programs.
And Randy has a comment.
Yes, sir.
Michelle, go back to the last, because I think this is also important. So we know that we hear a lot, teachers leave within the first 5 years of teaching. The 2 years of mentoring was put in to try to help that. Well over 90% of teachers are returning for their third year. You'll often hear, well, they're all leaving, right? Just kind of like they're all leaving to go to Missouri or Oklahoma. That's not true.
Correct.
You know, while 8% did leave, 92% that started were teaching in their third year. And I just wanted you to just to think about that, because you'll hear people make the statement, all the new people come in and then they go, they're not going to stay in the profession. That's not true.
And it bears that out over time. I love that the previous data is below 90%, and we're staying and seeing an upward trend there. Thank you for pointing that out. So I talked a little bit about this piece. I'm not concerned about that restricted number. We'll keep an eye on that. You've got candidates involved in alternative programs, limited apprentice, the TAP program. I spelled out that acronym earlier. That's the Teacher Apprentice Program with WSU. You have valid licenses there because of those pathways that are helping fill positions. This is our total number of licenses issued in 2021. These are not school specialists, these are not leadership, so that number is probably a little more than that. But here are your Kansas grads and your out-of-state grads. And I'd love an opportunity to tell you all that as it stands today, 100% of complete teacher applicants are issuing in less than 10 days. Many of those even down to 3 to 5. So yeah, that's right. That's a huge leap, and an appreciation to Shane, our IT team, and kudos to my team. I hope some of them are listening, because they've done a phenomenal job, and I think that number is we're going to even get that to less than 10 days over time. So I wanted to just publicly take advantage of the opportunity to thank the agency for the support and the people that have had work done on that. Before I move on to teacher vacancy and supply committee, are there any questions on the personnel report?
Melanie.
Sorry, can you go back one slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you speak to the out-of-state trending downward?
Not really. Only in that it is. Why it is, I don't know. Do you know? I don't know that we could really determine why it is that way.
Okay, I just noticed that it didn't line up with COVID. It obviously
Right.
happened before 2020.
You know, I think interestingly, I need a better partnership with the Department of Labor, perhaps. I think maybe if I share this data with them, they might be able to say, well, that was because this happened economically. Maybe even Dr. Watson has an answer. No. Yeah. We bring in a lot of out-of-state candidates yet, and I felt like during COVID we were, again, anecdotally bringing in more than I had seen in the 4 years I'd had the position. So I'll see if we can't delve into that a little bit in some way.
Thank you.
I wonder if it could be because at about 2018, Oklahoma gave everybody a $6,000 raise.
Could be.
And And that's a possibility, because we were getting a lot of people from Oklahoma
Mhm.
until they adjusted their, just put that in your book of useless information. and we'll go ahead.
No, and I love the Kansas grad piece has increased, because that tells me at least there's, the love for teaching is still alive and well, and in some ways, there's a positive bright spot for me there. I'll see if we can't find out more there. Thank you. Okay. So Deb could not be with us today. The Teacher Vacancy and Supply Committee, let me remind you, as a Blue Ribbon Task Force that was commissioned by Commissioner Watson, and I was an original member of that Blue Ribbon Task Force, so I was excited to bring that into this work. I still remain excited about that. So in fall of 2016, it became a subcommittee of the Professional Standards Board, and you can see the makeup of who this consists of. The accomplishments in the amount of time that they have been busy, I think, are phenomenal. We did 3 retention summits, partnership with Kansas State University. On campus, we chatted about the issues, et cetera. The vacancy report tracking, they're responsible for a lot of conversation on the level of reporting that you all get now. Again, the 2-year mentoring requirement is a part of their work. The pilot programs for special education and for elementary education have resulted in permanent pathways. So they've done well. They have some continued objectives that we need to wrap up. The elementary alternative pilot program did not go well. We shared that data with you all. It was not as successful as we had hoped. It did license some teachers, but our data on that and analysis of that told us we needed to do something a little bit different. So we're working on that. We continue to do that. Science, we're still working to solve science licensing in Kansas, and we'll work on data collected on the assignments that are in science right now. And also, I visited with Meg, our science consultant here at the agency. How do we really survey? How do we really present something that's beneficial, and I'll use her language, that helps us create a love of science in the field, right? From educators who can deliver high quality content to develop a love of science to kids in the field. So they have some things yet to tackle. I will tell you, especially since COVID, the Teacher Vacancy and Supply Committee has had some issues. We don't know how to deal with public sentiment relative to educators and teaching in Kansas. We're not quite sure how to tackle that very large beast. I mentioned the Department of Labor. I do need somehow a better partnership there. Their sphere of influence feels sort of limited, and I will be blatantly transparent and honest, and Jean can speak to this. These folks were in classrooms teaching the last 18 months. They didn't have time to come and chat. We would have all-day meetings previous to COVID. I was lucky to get them for an hour every other month. It was a struggle to get these members together. So, and Jean, I'm sure you can speak more to this, but we're feeling as if our work is either shifting or coming to an end. And I wanted to share that with you relative to the conversation on those 2 pieces of data that we collect. We do want to continue the conversation, the 2+2 partnerships with community colleges. How do we involve our teachers more? Years ago, when I was recruiting out in Western Kansas, we took teachers. We took 2 of our brightest and best teachers with us to recruitment fairs, and we let them stand out in Bramlage Stadium and say, best profession ever. We need to do more of that. How do we partner with the Kansas Educational Leader Institution on that mentoring piece? How do we help our principals and superintendents understand how important it is to value this hard work that is teaching and learning? So there are some things we could still do moving forward, just have some concerns about how we might do that. So with that, I would stand for any questions that you have, any advice, any support that you might offer on any one of those 3 topics I've shared with you today.
Questions? Michelle?
Thank you, Chairman Porter. On the Kansas First Alliance, the group that I'm on, we did a lot of mostly Zoom calls, but heard from across Kansas, and they gave a lot of examples to get the teachers through, like little things, like putting notes on their cars out in the parking lot. I mean, the list was long. I mean, just little things that they did just to let them feel appreciated. It was either the PTO doing it, or the parents doing it, or the administration doing it for the teachers. I mean, it was amazing, the stuff that they shared. And I know you couldn't pull them in because of COVID, but they were at least meeting. There were a lot of people online during that time frame, and a lot of them shared just different things that they were able to do to get through and to keep the kids engaged, to keep them curious, keep them learning. So I just want to let you know that I know you couldn't get them here, but they were at least collaborating across the state online in Zooms. And I know we couldn't always share that. I don't know if that was shared with you or some of those examples, but they would put links in there. They would share, and then they would say, okay, I'm going to put this in a document, and then I'll share it so you can look at it later, because there was so much to cover, because there were so many things that they were trying to do to get through. So maybe that helped. I might have helped with retention a little bit.
Yeah, thank you. Can't hurt.
Ann, Janet, and Betty in that order, and then we will have to stop the conversation because we're well over time.
Good. I've got a couple questions, actually. I get why we have 5 school districts in Shawnee County. We've got 25,000 students, but I don't get why we have 5 or 6 districts in the counties north and south of us. So was there any discussion about encouraging consolidation to reduce the number of staff needed?
If I'm honest, no.
Okay.
No, not through teacher vacancy and supply.
And another is,
And if I could.
Yeah.
I think, though, what Michelle has talked about is that almost every community that Michelle and I go in, there is still this desire, even if I have 4 kids or 2 kids in a class, I should have a teacher for those kids at grade level. I think that's what we're trying to at least get them to think differently about.
well, the thing is, when you get down to where you have, 100 kids in the high school, you cannot possibly be providing, and we'll probably argue about this with some folks out there, the high-level classes that kids need. We hear it every time we meet with the CTSO kids, and we talk to the kids from the rural areas, and we say, what is one thing you'd do differently, or, what would you do better? And they always say, we don't have access to the high-level classes that we need. Our schools are just too small. And so I was wondering, do some of the smaller districts, let's say, I'll hire the biology teacher, you hire the physical science teacher, and we'll share them? Are they doing that?
So I will tell you, because we're issuing in a nice, smoother, faster fashion, we are able to offer that kind of conversation to our school systems. How can they think differently? That is a phenomenal idea that I have shared with many. That idea of thinking differently with your resources and how you might reach the kids in different ways, we are able to do that. And I just wouldn't say that has been a strong conversation with teacher vacancy and supply. But yes, I do take time.
If you have 6 school districts in one county, you could probably share a couple of teachers, and it wouldn't be hard for them to, they could do that. One thing is, and this is just a comment, when the Blue Ribbon Task Force came out with their recommendations, they had recommendations for the legislature, the state board, and local boards. And we tackled ours pretty strong. I haven't heard very many local districts even acknowledge that they know what the recommendations were for the local board to do. Like, do you have housing in your town for these new teachers? Because that's a problem. You can't get anybody to come here because we don't have any place for them to live. Those kinds of things. But I think there are probably more things local districts could do. They're not even aware the recommendations were out there. And the other thing was to look at reviving something like the You Can Teach program that we had at KU. And I don't know why they dropped it. It'd be interesting to know, because we were producing a pretty good number of teachers out of it, but it'd be where you have engineering students and you catch them and go, hey, before you graduate, would you like to take extra hours, get your teaching license on the way out the door, and then you'll have an extra career option if engineering doesn't work for you. So that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Looked at our attorney informed me that I looked at the clock wrong. We're not that far. We're not behind. So we will go on forever here. And by the way, Ann, you talked about schools that have less than 100 in high school have difficulty providing the quality services. I'm concerned also about those people, those schools that have less than 100, period.
Yes, yeah.
And so that, I mean, that is a political suicide to discuss, but I think we need to.
Well, we do, and, you know, they go around this every year in the legislature, and they've tried any number of carrots and then a few sticks along the way, and it's just like, you know, if you lose your school, you lose your town, and they're willing to pay more in taxes to keep that there, but you gotta wonder what the quality of education is that's being provided. So maybe they need to get more creative, like this town has we put the districts together, and this town has the elementary, and, you know, as others have done, so. Anyway, we just need to get creative. Thank
And we
you.
need to make decisions that are best for kids, not best for adults. Janet?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you have any data on substitutes?
How many?
Substitutes.
I can tell you how many that we have that are above where we have been before.
Oh, really?
Yes, I would thank you for that on behalf of our school systems. I'd say we've doubled the number of applications, is that fair? I can give you exact numbers.
So as far as the emergency substitute license holders, right now, active licenses, we have about 9,300. This same time last year, we were sitting at about 8,300, and then 2019, we're around 8,000. So the applications right now, active eSub holders, we're at 9,300, so it is a bit of an increase. Our emergencies or our standard substitute license holders has remained constant. It's been around 3,300 to 3,500. Right now, we're at like 3,400 for standard sub. Now, what this number doesn't calculate, this is a snapshot of data as of the 1st of October each year. So we'll continue processing applications throughout the year. Last year, we did process more emergency sub applications than we've ever processed before. We got our numbers up to around 11,000, 11,500, somewhere in that neighborhood. So that was a dramatic increase. Generally, we stand around 8,300, 8,400 for any given year. So we do continue to see an increase in emergency substitute license holders.
Well, that's good to know, because I've been contacted about the lack of subs.
It is good.
That there's a lack of subs. In fact, districts are using their teachers during their free times, to sub if possible. So am I just talking to a minority that's not true, or what?
No, there still remains a lack of subs despite the higher number that we've issued, which we have issued a large number of them. But remember, that's not the long-term fix, because we told systems that their flexibility would end June of 2022 with that license. You heard Shane mention a standard sub and an emergency sub.
Right.
The standard sub license is me. I could go because I'm a traditionally prepared teacher, and I can serve in an extended number of days. My daughter, who's an HR professional, can only qualify for the emergency sub. Her number of days when we go back to normal is only 10. Right? Relatively 10 days. That's not a long-term fix. That anecdotal story I shared about 3 systems who I'm aware of who have large number of substitute licenses reported, and the one has 18 or more of them in programs to become fully licensed, that's a fix. That's going to help them fill positions. And they've done that with the additional funds they've had available. They've done that with higher ed partners. They've done that doing some of these things that you heard another board member mention, greatest profession ever. Let us tell you how wonderful it is. We want you here. And so those solutions are I think, more effective than finding more subs, because the sub license is not a consistent license, if that makes sense.
No, I understand, but I mean, it's just a concern, because so many of the subs that are licensed are not subbing right now due to COVID. They're concerned about being there, so I certainly understand that. But anyway, so I would be interested to see how many districts really are having challenges with this. I don't know whether that is available or not, but I know that several that I've visited with have.
Yes.
And also, I would certainly support what Ben said about classified, because I had one superintendent tell me that he couldn't find cafeteria help.
Yes.
That was a real challenge. I've had others tell me they can't find paras. They can't find bus drivers. I mean, so that's huge. And I don't know, but I think maybe we need to take a look at that, I guess, and maybe see if there's something, somehow we could help. I don't know what we could do, but we could certainly take a look and come up with ideas.
Think differently, right? How do we think differently about how we?
Exactly, because I mean, our classified people are so important. Yeah, custodians, I mean, the list could go on and on.
Yes.
So I think probably we have a shortage in everyone. So anyway, I would support 100%, but I would think we need to do something on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I passed several school districts on the way here, because I have a bunch of little ones, and almost every one of them, there's signs out, bus drivers needed. Betty? I
Thank you.
did not skip you this time.
Okay, I often hear from teachers that one of the things that's really, really important to them in staying in the profession is the leadership. If they are working for a good principal who's a great leader, that tends to motivate them. So I'm curious from if that's true, if that's, kind of widespread, what do you think the value would be in recruiting to let maybe those teachers who hold a license but are not active have an idea that, leadership is being developed, honed in on, created, or whatever? Do you think that would offer some value or incentive?
So we have a partnership in Kansas, KSDE, with USA and the Kelly Organization and several other partners to create these opportunities for current leaders. There are also opportunities for teachers who want to be in leadership roles. I think there's a real power, to your point, in helping teachers be leaders and not necessarily becoming principals or superintendents. Oftentimes we lose our best and brightest classroom teachers to go off and be principals, and if we can creatively think about ways to encourage them to stay involved in their teacher work and be a leader in that way and join in that conversation to think differently, I think there is a lot of power in that as well. I'm not sure if that answered your question necessarily. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Jean?
I just wanted to say that I've been serving on the Teacher Vacancy and Supply Committee, and I think that the committee has done some great work in trying to have multiple pathways to becoming a teacher, and that's really important in trying to help resolve this teacher shortage that we have. I do see that there is limited availability of some of the members, and consolidation with the Professional Standards Board might be something to consider in the future, because the teacher vacancy issue is really broader than just finding more pathways to becoming a teacher, and that committee might be able to take that on in a different way that just the vacancy committee was able to. The other thing I wanted to say is to speak up for small districts. Small districts can and do amazing things with their students. As we see, part of what we're trying to do with students is to deal with the social emotional aspect of learning that our students have. And I will guarantee you that in small districts where each student is known, each student's situation is known, each student's family is known, those students have a lot of support in those areas, and that should not be discounted. Many of those small districts have found very innovative ways to provide a quality education to those students. They've partnered with other districts, they've partnered with other organizations to provide some of those things. So I do think consolidation perhaps is something some districts will consider, but whatever decision is made in regard to that, it has to be a local decision made by local people in consideration of their students and their community, and certainly shouldn't be something that is imposed from another source. So I just like to say I really appreciate what our smaller districts do. Aside from that, prior to being on the board, I also served as an Air Force Academy liaison officer. And many of the applicants that we got that were successful, meaning they had the highest qualifications, did come from small districts. So I know that no matter how small a district is, they can prepare a student for college, for competing at the highest levels. So that's a possibility, and many districts are doing that, so thank you.
Thank you. So I'll close with one statement if there's nothing more. So we have entities in Kansas that are trying to discover more about the vacancy and supply issue, to rural, to large, to suburban, to how do we increase equitable teachers, the diversity of our teaching population, et cetera. Brett Church with Emporia State University has a survey that he's trying to put together. Nikki Hyman with our Kansas MTS or Kansas TASN project. She's working on our Kansas Employment Board there are many efforts being done. There are many things happening. It's just about trying to find the answer to the right thing. And so I hope that this data is somewhat helpful to you all, and just know that we're willing to collect data. I heard some great opportunities today, so I appreciate the time.
And we thank you for your presentation. This is good information. I think it's important to note that even though it only shows 80 or so vacancies in special education, or whatever the number was, I don't remember what the number was, that's deceptive when you look at waivers, even though they don't count, because there are hundreds of people in special education classrooms that are dealing with some of our most vulnerable students who are not fully trained for that position. So in my view, the data from the from the vacancy list is worse than it shows there whenever you take that into consideration. And we do have a critical need for special education teachers. That is burgeoning and getting much bigger. Now, board members, despite the fact that the chair is unable to evidently read a clock, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We have action on KISA recommendations, and then we have presentations for next month. So,
Thank you, sir.
Michelle, it's all yours.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. So I know this feels like it's been a rather long, drawn-out process. COVID has not helped here. Again, this is about trying to get people together to follow through with the process. So today I bring you some systems that need you to act on. Reminder, as I always do, the definitions of accredited, and these are now in law as of Friday. So I'm very happy to say that to you now. Accreditation, again, the system is good standing and compliance and conclusive evidence of growth in student performance. And they have an intentional quality growth process, which I think you'll see these connected to your information that was provided by Dr. Watson this morning. Process relative to outcomes and execution. Conditionally accredited here, again, in good standing with areas of compliance. Jeanette has done a phenomenal job agency-wide collecting that information into one concise system, so we're able to have a really good picture of compliance issues. But somehow a system was unable to show conclusive evidence of growth in student performance or conclusive evidence of that quality growth process. And again, not accredited means one of two things. Usually, or it will be an issue with compliance, and then those areas of conclusive evidence of student growth and a good quality growth process. So these are the systems that I am bringing to you today that need to have action. They were presented to you last month. You have USD 409 Atchison for an accredited recommendation. The private systems are numbered a little bit differently, but you have Bishop Miege, St. Anne Elementary, Holy Cross Elementary, all being recommended as accredited. And USD 456 Meridazine Valley recommended to you all for a conditionally accredited status. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Are there questions? Ann?
Michelle, Randy also talked today about how with COVID, we saw a precipitous drop of post-secondary, and assessments are going to come in bad. How are we addressing that with KISA?
I'm going to go back to these definitions because I think this is exactly how we're working to deal with that. You'll hear Dr. Newen-Schwander later speak about regional models of support in these areas where we are trying to be more concise about how to provide a good quality process of student growth process, and then also the results piece. Lots of conversation over the last several years about results. What are results? I never heard about from my superintendent principal friends, curriculum director friends. You cannot escape the results. You all have laid that out quite clearly, and the evidence is there. The accountability system is there. So to your point, Ann, we are marrying the results and the process piece in our regional training opportunity that will kick up into high gear in another year.
Okay, because I know like in the case of Meridazine, if we were able to use the data we have this month, they would be better in the two areas that we gave them conditionally accredited for. So my hope would be that it wouldn't be too long, they would be fully accredited, and we've talked to them about that. But now we know, even though this month's data on post-secondary and their assessments is better, I don't know that they or anybody else can hold that up next spring.
I think it's important to note as well that the ARC understands the pandemic. They've gone through it as well. And so just because there is a drop necessarily, depending upon circumstances like the pandemic, I don't think that they're really going to just not accredit a school immediately because they understand that, or conditionally accredit a school. But in most situations, they are looking at trends. And so if there's been a trend where data has been dropping and dropping and dropping, pandemic doesn't matter at that point in time because there's a consistent trend that the information is going down. And at that point in time, then the conditional would stand. So they're very fair in terms of looking at the information. It's not 1 year of data, it's a trend.
That other piece, what you heard Jeanette talking about is the execution, right? Execution of a phenomenal process takes a little time to show evidence of growth. So that's the piece that I think the ARC felt, particular to that system that we're talking about with Meridazine, that they needed to be sure that they were able to show evidence of growth and good quality execution of their process over time.
Yeah,
A
'cause I
shorter
think
amount of time
you
wasn't going
guys
to
were
do that.
okay with their process.
Right.
Okay.
Correct. Execution.
Very good. Thank you.
I was just going to make a motion, so are we okay with that? I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendation of the Accreditation Review Council and award the status of accredited to USD 409 Atchison and to Bishop Miege High, St. Anne Elementary, and Holy Cross Catholic, all of the Kansas City Archdiocese, and to award the status of conditionally accredited to USD 456 Maris Decine.
Is there a second to that motion? Ben seconds that motion. I want to follow up on something Ann said. Ann and I both represent Meridazine. It's one of those, they get both of us. They're just exceedingly lucky, I guess. According to them, they have data that is improving. And I would just say, when that is confirmed, the thing says June. But if that can be confirmed, and before that, I would hope that we could review that before that time, instead of waiting to June just because it says that on the thing. If the data can be confirmed and is accurate, and we can be assured of that, and see the growth trends that we would like to see.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Not all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And now it is time to talk about next month.
It is. So next month, you will see these two systems. They're being presented to you for accredited status for St. John Catholic and conditionally accredited status for Anor Islamic School. Let me give you a bit more detail about Anor Islamic School. They are a Cognia system, correct? Yep. They did not appeal the decision to be conditionally accredited. I believe they know they have areas that they need to work on. So their areas of improvement that have been detailed are in the communication and basic skills, a formalized process, we talked about executing, a formalized process for data gathering and analyzing, and that their goals are based on the needs that data gathering provides to them, and more data to support the qualitative board goals. So they have some work to do, they know they do, and Cognia has given them, again, June of 2022 to make those corrections and be able to come back and say that we are doing what we were asked to do.
Remind me, does Cognia make a recommendation?
No. What Cognia does, whether or not as a regional accrediting system they accredit or they give them areas for improvement, really has no bearings on an ARC's decision.
Okay.
The ARC is the one that looks at the information and does a recommendation. As a matter of fact, many of these private systems that have come to you, not so much Anor. Anor had a long list of things also from Cognia. But some of the other ones were kind of accredited, recommended for accreditation, and yet we conditionally accredit them because they were aspects of Kansas requirements that were not there.
Okay.
And that's what we're looking for.
Okay. And so, and I ask this question every time we do something other than accredit somebody. And you've indicated that June is the timeline, but
Correct.
they have to do a bunch of stuff before June. And then Cognia will look at it again?
The ARC will look at it again.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I would close by telling you we have 5 more, friends, to get through for this year. Apologies for the fact that that is been such a long, drawn-out process, but we have 5 more to bring to you in November, 1 public and 4 private systems as a recommended status, and then final approval in December.
We have comments from the commissioner.
So I want to thank Michelle and Jeanette. You know, the big lift is ahead of them in the ARC as we finish out kind of years 4 and 5 in that pause year. You're probably going to see some recommendations. Who knows the number? I think we've kicked around maybe 5-10%, but that's just a guess, you know, of conditionally accredited. That, you know, we're transitioning from never accrediting a school district in most of these superintendents and principals' lifetime. Jeanette and I can remember a time when we did, but most of them can't, to an accountability system that is very foreign to them. I mean, and so it's different. But at the end of the day, if we ever get to a place where we have to not accredit a school district, I just want this to be, everyone fails. That is not something we want to do. It's not something they want. And we should do everything we can to assist those systems so that they never get to that stage. Conditional accreditation is just a warning that we all need to work harder, including us. That's all that is, and that there's some things to address. But I said this over and over. We do not want any one of our systems to become what happened in Kansas City, Missouri, years and years ago, and you can watch the results of that once it occurs. There's not any way to get out of that. So you're going to see some more recommendations for conditionally accredited. That just means this team has to go to work harder on getting assistance and support, and their team has to go to work harder to get that. So just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you.
But I want to say something, if I may say something positive about the department, because that attitude, we don't want anybody to fail. As people know, I'm at this point for the general public, I came from a different state 20 years ago, that the department seemed to like to play gotcha. And whenever I came to Kansas, I saw a real desire to support and help so that you don't get to that position. And I appreciate that, and I think that's very important. And follow up on what Randy said, in one of my previous jobs, it was one of my responsibilities to be on a team that did support and help for the Kansas City, Missouri School District, and it was a disaster. I will not go further than that, but they need, if they had been in Kansas, there's a real good possibility that they would have gotten the support they needed. Appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
And now, we are going to hear information on the Keys to the Regional Pilot. I think this is going to be exciting. Brad?
Wait
And,
for it to get up here,
Will there
so
be any
Chairman
sackfuls
Porter
of-
and,
any sackfuls of ferrets in this presentation?
no, you know, I'm just, I am rested up, but it was, you know, there were a few times the commissioner and I questioned who came up with 50, and we just agreed to blame each other on that. But it was a really good tour. And it was not only good to be back out on the road, but to be in person with a lot of people. So I want to share with you a little bit. It just kind of, this is not something that is new, other than I just wanted to give you an update. One thing we said when we rolled out KESA 5 years ago, we were not going to wait for 25 years to revise it. You know, when QPA came out in '92, it was pretty much in its same format, you know, 25 years later. So our goal was, as soon as we rolled out the new KESA model, we also rolled out redesign. And we wanted to get a group of volunteer districts to look at school improvement in our systems differently based off what Kansas told us. And since then, we've been experimenting, looking at what's best in redesign, what might not possibly work, but at the same time, we have a lot of school districts that were doing great things just with school improvement that weren't engaged in the redesign process. So a couple things that I'm trying to advance this. There it is. Oh, that one's actually plugged in. So here's what we're trying to accomplish. We want to continuously improve on the KESA process, taking what we know and not just doing it the way we've always done it. So we're improving the supports that we give the field within KESA. One thing we hear consistently over the last few years, and I know you've heard it too, well, if I'm in redesign, do I do KESA? Well, if I'm in MTSS, do I do redesign? Do I do, and while KESA, redesign, MTSS, school improvement process, or Kansas Learning Network, while they're all really good process around school improvement, we were all speaking a different language. So a couple years ago, we brought some teams together, and our goal is to align language across all of our entities, roll out a new version of KESA that will be called KESA. So I'm going to kind of walk you through what that will look like. Our ultimate goal is still the state board's vision and the definition of that successful high school graduate and the board outcomes. That is still our North Star. How do we ensure that we are graduating more students with the skills that they need to be successful once they leave us? And that goes all the way back to early childhood. So none of that has changed. What has been revised is our language, number one, to where we talk about what a true school improvement process is. And you would have seen this with Jay and Tammy when they were out working with redesign. You would have seen this in our KESA guidance document, but it all spoke a different language. So we brought all the teams together, collaborating with our agency, the service centers, United School Administrators, Kansas Association of School Boards, the Kelly Leadership Institute out of K-State, and our TASN support, and came together and said, what is it that we need schools to do intentionally and do well? And you'll see the phases there. First off, a data analysis phase, just really finding out where your data is, data literacy, how to understand it, how to do a root cause analysis, and then into, do my current goals that I've had align to what my data is telling me that I need to be working on? If it is, it's kind of an assurance. If not, then we need to have some clear goals. From there, we move into then how do I select good evidence-based strategies that are going to help me move my goals forward? And again, ultimately, towards moving those board outcomes and that successful high school graduate. There's a lot of supports around implementing evidence-based practices. So we will lead them through that process, how to really implement quality evidence-based practices, and then just strategies on how to continually analyze your data to see if your strategies are accomplishing what you're wanting to achieve. We stress continuously special education needs to be at the table and a part of this, because when we talk about one of the redesign principles around parent, community, business, I think a lot of districts forget that their co-op and interlocal are key to their community. Part of their staff are not paid by them. They're part of the special ed. So they've got to make sure that they engage them in their school improvement process. And I think for a lot of our school leaders, especially with the turnover they have, they forget that special ed, their co-op interlocal are a key piece to their community. We're piloting it this year with a select group of districts that I will share with you here in a second. And we will roll it out next year, because as soon as Michelle and Jeanette finish bringing you systems for consideration this fall, the ARC will be looking at, we have 96 systems going in front of the ARC this coming year, starting in February. We need to have a model in place. I think what the biggest change is to KESA is this regional model. Because I'm going on my 15th year here, and in 15 years, we have never intentionally, other than having some workshops or what Jay and Tammy did with redesign, we have never intentionally brought service centers, our agency, our TASN supports, USA KSB, together to regions for school districts to come in and really give them the in-person technical assistance and support to go about this school improvement process. These are the districts that are piloting it. So in southwest Kansas, we have Cimarron, Holcomb, and Dodge City. So it's nice. It's not just small. We've got, Dodge City out in southwest Kansas. In south central Kansas, we have Caldwell, South Haven, and Oxford. And at Greenbush North in Lawrence, we have Emporia, Eudora, Olathe, Prairie Hills, which is up in Sabetha, and Shawnee Heights. We're trying, not only are we letting them pilot the process, but we're also learning from them what is most valuable to you, what makes sense. We're going to try and personalize this because there's a big difference between Olathe and Caldwell. Or even if you think about just the Lawrence group, Olathe and Prairie Hills, they're all going to need different supports. We'll go out, and we've already finished the first round. They take it back home, they work with their locals. We encourage when they bring their teams, they involve special ed, they involve teachers, so we're piloting it with these groups of districts this year. So we can be ready next summer, all of those districts that are going to go to the ARC this year in their 5th year that will be ready to start a new cycle. We will have piloted it and got a lot of really good input from these districts to be able then to take back and work with, and we will do it every year so we can take the guesswork out of school improvement, because that's really what KESA is. It's about a good school improvement process, ensuring you have the foundational structures to provide for all students, and you're trying to move your students towards those board outcomes. Yes. And I only have, my job's always to make sure you guys stay on schedule. So I only have a few more slides. So this is really the regional support model. It's not going to look, like I said, a lot different than if you downloaded the KESA manual. But some language is different because, again, redesign was calling it one thing, KESA was calling it, and we were just confusing people, and we found out a few years ago we all need to call it what it is. Again, it's focusing on the state board outcomes around database decision-making, really making sure you've got a viable quality core curriculum with instruction and being able to assess learning where it is, not only academic, but socio-emotional, behaviorally. You have those foundational structures in your system, those design principles. We'll quit calling it redesigned. We've got close to 80 school districts and 200 buildings, and we said at some point, this is what we would just want districts to be designed around. So we will continue to build in how to personalize it, focus on those success skills, truly look at work-based experiences, real-world application, and family, parent, community partnerships. And then just how critical it is for leadership and culture. We worked with part of our ESSER funds, knowing just how much our leaders were struggling during this pandemic. You may have seen, we now have kicked off with a partnership with USA KASB, all that's going to be built into this, Elevate Leadership, that's been going on across the state, just the importance. Then inside that, the circles, those are the phases that we will lead them through, beginning with data analysis that we're piloting right now. Later this winter, we will move them through then how to set clear goals, strategy selections, strategy implementation, analysis, and that's just a continuous cycle. Not a lot different than we've been trying to accomplish in the past, but just trying to provide a lot of clarity around it. What would you hope, we would hope to see come out of this? We have a field advisory group made up of superintendents, curriculum people from 1A to 6A. And these are some of the things that they shared with us that we keep taking back to them and meeting with to ensure that they would like to see a simplified, streamlined, meaningful process. We want to be able to condense the reporting that school districts provide to us, more about artifacts and less about narrative, and try not to duplicate. If districts are engaged in a regional model, we probably won't need them to have an OVT chair because they're partnering with a team at their region that consists of service center, agency, KSB, TAS, and folks. So there's some things that we hope that we can get rid of duplication. Clarifying data points, connecting to the STAR rubrics, the state board outcomes, and the vision. Personalized, customized, and scaffold at each region. Like I said, there's going to be from 6A to 1A at those, so we got to be able to meet them where they're at. And in between those regional meetings, that's what service centers are there for, to provide them that additional technical assistance. Teachers can see themselves in the process. We heard over and over, and we experienced in redesign, to truly move initiatives forward, it has to get as close to the classroom as possible. And we were really pleased. I was at the Greenbush North one, I believe it was last week, and half the people there with the superintendents and principals were teachers and instructional coaches. So it was great to see all of them. Opportunities for cohorts to share and collaborate. So when they come together in a region, they can share what they're doing with their colleagues. I know Randy mentioned this several times on the tour. There's a winner and loser every Friday night, but when it comes to the board's vision and continuous school improvement and leading the world, it's not, someone doesn't have to win and someone doesn't have to lose. We can all learn from each other. Evidence that this agency listens to the field in regarding feedback. So we're trying to build that in throughout this whole pilot, that we're getting feedback to make sure that it's meaningful for them. And with that, that is kind of an update of what we're trying to accomplish. And again, it's the first time since I've been here, we didn't just give them a manual with some Zooms. We're going to go out and just, you know, our goal was by the year 2026, all school districts would be engaged in redesign or moving towards the board's vision. And this is our next step, to be able to go out to them as they come off that cycle and start a new cycle. Or if they're just ready to jump in, we'll be there at a location close to them. So with that, I would entertain any questions.
Ann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brad, thank you for that. I'm really thrilled about the streamlining, because I have a lot of little schools and they're dying with this volume of stuff that we make them turn in and report. I'm trying to get my arms around what this looks like now. We're not going to call them redesigned schools anymore. we have all the redesigned schools we're going to have?
Well, we still have schools that we'll refer to as Mercury, Gemini. One of the things we heard a lot on the tour is not only do we need professional development, but we need to see places that have this in place. So we will call on our Geminis and our Apollos to come share. So they're still redesigning, they're going to keep moving forward, and they're going to keep getting supports. But they can also serve as models in these regions, because people are asking, well, what does it look like?
Right. And I think that was one of the things, when I'd go to the redesign training, they'd be sitting there trying to think about stuff, but I thought, have you been out to see one of these schools? And, once you've seen it, then you kind of get it. But, so the training you went to last week, was that regional training? Or is
We
that-
just started our, in southwest Kansas, so at Southwest Plains, Orion, and Greenbush North, we just did the first in-person of the data analysis. So the first phase,
But it was these pilot schools?
it's these pilot schools.
Okay. Well, are they still then, one of the really cool things about redesign was the individualization, the project-based learning, the flex schedule, and the time to sit down and explore these new ideas. Is that still going to happen for these schools? Because
Yes,
that was the best part
That
of
will be part of
redesign.
the strategy selection. Even with our redesign districts, they didn't get into looking out then what might we do until they first figured out what's our data telling us. So before we want to go out and visit other districts to see what they're doing, the first thing that they need to do is really understand who they are and what their data is telling them, because then they will start being able to look at when they say, okay, our goal is we need to focus on reducing chronic absenteeism. We need to, whatever it is, that will lead them through that data analysis, then aligning their goals, and then when they get to, then what is it that we want to do to address that? That's when they can start visiting other places to see what they're doing that may have had similar, but we don't want to get them out looking at things until they know what it is that they're wanting to accomplish or what they're wanting to affect.
Okay. And last question, Mr. Chair. I know part of the problem with redesign is it worked awesome for little schools. It didn't work awesome for big schools. So is this the answer for making better things happen in our really large metro districts?
Well, I think we're going to have to look at possibly even cohorting some of our larger districts, because they're just different systems.
They are, yeah.
And, I don't want to say I doubt, but, Olathe is part of this because they really wanted to see and understand what the process is, that in the expectation of what's going to look like. Now, they may have different supports locally that maybe Frontenac does not have. So we're going to have to provide them some of the supports that Olathe, but Olathe really wants to understand, well, what are you doing under that data analysis? Because, it's like Dodge City. Dodge City is really good at looking at their data, but they're also looking at it, there might be something that we're missing. So we are going to have to personalize it for our larger ones because they're in a different place. They may have supports, but they still want to know, if I was still a superintendent out there, I want to take the guesswork out of it, number one, and number two, I want to make sure that I'm on track and I'm not forgetting something, because I think there's something we can all learn. And in this pilot, we'll learn just as much from the large districts as they're going to learn from us.
Yeah, it'll be a venture. So anyway, can we get a schedule of that training? Because I'd like to sit in on that like I did on the redesign.
Yes.
I really learned a lot.
We can make
Thank you.
sure. And just to throw this in, the ones at Southwest Plains are recorded, or they're actually Zoomed, live streamed, because we always start, we don't always, we just started, but they're the first one and we Zoom it, that way Orion and Greenbush is also kind of, because we want consistency across the state. That way, no matter where your district is, you're getting the same level of supports. So the one at Southwest Plains is Zoom, so you can always from home jump just to watch. But if you want to go in person, we can get you the schedules on those as well.
And also, it's not just size. So if you were to look at, say, Dodge City and DeSoto, they're approximately the same size, but there's not much similar to those two school
No,
districts.
it just, yeah, you
So
just couldn't figure that
Urban
out.
and our larger, like Garden and Dodge Liberal,
Right.
have a different set of challenges than our Suburbans, which have a different set of challenges than
Right.
our kind of everyone else. And so I know that they're just talking about how best to serve the needs of each school district.
Yeah, it's just when you have 30 buildings, trying to do redesign was just nuts.
And redesign was a district, or a building process, and where he says a district process. So that's another way of, that'll be different.
Well, when we do show up for the training, I know the schools really appreciate that we didn't just give them a homework assignment and walk away, that we're really invested in how they're doing.
And I might remind, the districts that are piloting this year went in front of the ARC last year. So we reached out to them and they said, hey, we would like to be part of this pilot. But we know others that went through the ARC last year had really good supports, and they called and they said, well, we got, and so anyway, we have a good group piloting with.
Ben?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple questions. First of all, is this regional model the direction that we're taking KeySet in its entirety? Or is it an option for schools to either do this regional model or the OVT? Or are you transitioning everything to this regional model?
It could be both. Our goal is, we don't believe we're ever going to lead the world unless we provide an opportunity for the majority of our districts, which are rural, to get close in-person support. So it's kind of in a tiered, we see it going into it kind of tiered. There might be 20% of our large districts that have the support and they just want to know exactly what it is with some resources. So if you're not in a regional model where we're actually with you, we may still need OVTs for those that don't come to a region. A lot of them, like I said, the ones we normally get are the ones that are just like, hey, I'm the transportation director, I'm the food service director, I'm all of these different hats, but I don't have that curriculum, just come on in. The other is, it's possible that we might bring to you the recommendation that if you're conditionally, then you need to be there. And that's your technical assistance with some additional, but that's just something we're going to learn. I don't think it will totally do away, but I also don't think the best model is to mandate that, so we need to personalize it for them.
Yeah, and some things that I've been hearing from the field, especially at SDEC meetings, is we can't find an OVT chair. We can't get them to visit. So, I mean, it's an issue that we need to address, and I think this helps address that issue, and I'm well aware of that. With that, we're looking to actually implement this next year, correct? For the large amount of systems about to go through our gates and before us. Do we have the capacity? Are all the service centers ready to roll this out? Is it kind of a mixed bag where some of the districts will go to the regional, some will do the traditional, by traditional OVT, it says like we've been doing it forever, we haven't. But how we've done KeySet up to this point.
So we really experienced this model with redesign where all the service centers were engaged and still engaged.
Yeah.
We've been in conversation about this with the service centers. We've really been working on this for about 2 years. So yes, all the service centers are on board. If you go, for example, we did 3 pilots. So we did Southwest, Northeast, and South Central, kind of because that's where most of the districts that went through the ARC last year. So if you were at Orion on day 1, you would have noticed that you would have had ESDAC and Smoky Hill staff there as well. So even though they're not doing a pilot, they're engaged in it. They're on our steering committee, so yes.
And my last question, and you don't have to answer it here because it's going to be a lengthy answer, and I just needed to get it as to what is the outside view in the district? Because I mean, we're talking about regional, and they come together at the service center. Is it the service center kind of providing that independent check of the system? Is it still just the ARC? I mean, kind of the boots on the ground, and that's a lengthy answer and probably super complicated. And I'll be willing to sit down. I just don't know enough about the model and stuff like that. So
it could very well not change the role of the ARC, but help support the ARC, because if, I'm just going to make this up, if we had 70 districts regionally across the state, part of a regional model, that team, which consists of the service center, our staff, TASN staff, they could, plus while they're going through it, they're not doing an end of year report at the end of the year. They're doing work throughout the year, and by the end of the year, we could very well just, it could be to the point where 70% of our districts just get recommended to the ARC that, hey, they've met these outcomes, they're doing well, they're whatever it is, and it may be the ARC only has to look at the ones that we have concerns or the ones that aren't part of a regional model. So we'll have to work that out.
yeah, I know there's a lot of bugs. I'll end it with this statement. This is my concern, and this is from a seat of accountability. I know that schools are working hard, and that's our role is to have accountability and having that independent voice from outside the district coming in and having kind of boots on the ground look. How do we ensure that we do that? Who is doing that work? If we're switching off the OVT team model, which I know there's issues finding personnel for that. What are we doing for that? And I guess I've missed it in this presentation, or we're still trying to figure all those little bits and pieces out. That's just kind of where I'm sitting at. And again, I could have missed it, but that's my underlying concern.
Thank you for this presentation. I talked about this the last month. I met with 2 small groups of superintendents. Both of them had people that were chairs, OVT chairs. Virtually every one of them said, I'm not going to do this again. So it may be time to look at this to me is exciting and an opportunity to move forward in a positive manner. I appreciate the effort to do that. Looking forward to seeing it implemented. Thank you. And now we are going to have recommendations from the Professional Practices Commission. Scott.
Good afternoon. Because all these were pretty much handled in writing, I gave Jen Holt the day off and said she did not need to appear on behalf of the PPC because these were either voluntary surrenders or a settlement agreement. You've already received all the materials. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
And the first 2 under 15A are both voluntary surrenders. If there are no questions on 15A, the voluntary surrender, a motion would be Dina.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education revoke the licenses of 21 PPC 05 and 21 PPC 14.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Melanie seconds that motion. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Unanimous. Now, 15B is a censure. Are there questions? If not, a motion would be in order. Ben.
Oh, I don't know why I just clicked that. I move the Kansas State Board of Education censure licensee 21 PPC 09.
Is there a second to that motion? Ann seconds that motion. Any further discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. Motion carries unanimously. We appreciate your sophisticated legal expertise on these matters. And you're next. Recommendation for oral argument. Request for, that's the next item on the agenda. Are you going to talk to us about that?
I don't know if there's really much to talk about. You have not received the materials yet. We've intentionally scheduled this to where you will take up the matter next month, but we figured in all fairness to the board and to the parties, we'd ask you to make that determination this month so that everybody was aware whether there would be oral argument allowed next month. If you allow the oral argument, both parties would have the opportunity to present. I would ask for roughly, probably 20 minutes each. I don't know that both parties would need to take 20 minutes each. That's just kind of a safe amount of time that I'm.
I know there are ethical things here involved, but do we need more information before we can make a decision? Mark?
I wanted to clarify, so I checked with the department, and I just want to make it clear on the record that you don't have any supporting materials yet this is simply limited to a request, a procedural request for an oral argument. If you decide to grant the request for oral argument, both parties would have the opportunity to present argument and respond to questions by the board. And then regardless of the outcome of this particular request, agenda item 16, the actual recommendation would be taken up at the next board meeting. So it's limited to a request as to whether or not the State Board of Education will permit the parties to present oral argument.
And then the oral argument would occur
In conjunction with you taking up the merits or the appeal.
You may want to circle back for the board. Why are you requesting this to start with? This is so different than how the normal procedure. I think they're a little bit lost.
Okay.
Well, I'm a lot lost.
Thank you, Commissioner Watson. If I may, as you are aware, probably 95% of the time, there is not a motion for review or a petition for review filed in a PPC case. The matter is heard by the Professional Practices Commission. They conduct the evidentiary hearing. They make findings with an initial order that comes to you, and you either approve it or you do not approve it. I think percent-wise, 99.5% of the time, you approve the recommendation of the PPC, you adopt those findings. The regulations and state law statutes allow either party, whether it be the complainant, in this case, which is the department, or the respondent, which is a licensee, to ask the reviewing body, you, to not accept the recommendations of the lower body. And that is what has occurred in this instance. There was a recommendation made by the Professional Practice Commission. There was an initial order that's been signed. It will come to you next month. I have filed on behalf of the department a petition for, not reconsideration, petition for review, essentially asking you not to follow the recommendations of the Professional Practice Commission. The respondent, the licensee, has also filed a response that's on file with Peggy. Both parties have asked for oral argument, and the purpose of that is really to kind of clarify some of the points, maybe highlight some points that were not really written into our written response, and to answer some of the questions that you may have for that pending piece. And so that's why the request was made.
And so, Mark, I'm asking you, what are the obvious, both consequences and unintended consequences of either accepting or denying?
And I want to be redundant just because I want to make sure the record's clear that the agency is not getting two bites at the apple, because regardless of how you decide about whether or not you'll entertain an oral argument to supplement or respond in person to questions that the board might have, you have not been presented with the initial order or any of the underlying details. I acknowledge that kind of makes it difficult for you to evaluate whether or not, this is worthy of oral argument. Certainly, on the one hand, you can defer to you need to recognize that that's a request for oral argument by the agency, and you may defer to their request. You do have from time to time licensees that are impacted by disciplinary actions that also request oral argument. There's not a specific standard that the board has applied over the years, over the 10 or 11 years that I've been involved with the board. You have granted oral argument on a couple of occasions. I don't know statistically, but I would say the majority of the requests for oral argument have not been granted, but there's no specific standard. So many times the board has declined the request to grant oral argument. So the only two things to factor in terms of procedure is that you will need to accommodate in the schedule equal time for both parties, and you will need to you'll need to consider how granting oral argument will affect future requests. It's not indicative one way or the other, but you do get requests for oral argument, and those may come up in the future. So.
And what precedent are we setting if we either accept or deny?
I don't believe you're setting any binding precedent, one way or another. I would say that it really depends on your desire to hear from the agency and the licensee with regard to a decision. You can read into it that the agency is the one that requested the petition for review, or has filed a petition for review, and also requested the oral argument. So you could infer from that the agency is not, it opposes the recommendation of the PPC. How you factor that into your decision on this issue is up to you, but that's fairly obvious from the procedural posture there, and I think you're free in the future to either accept or decline future requests for oral argument.
Question from Ann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Didn't we have, Mark, didn't we have oral arguments before that we actually heard from a guy who'd had his license revoked, and, he'd taken the girl somewhere and wanted to come to us? So we have granted oral arguments since I've been on the board, but.
Yes, I don't remember exactly what year, but you're correct in that we have had. There's also been times when, it's very limited, but everyone's given notice when the matter comes before the board.
Mm-hmm.
So it has occurred where a licensee will show up on that date because they
And ask to
get
be heard.
notice of the proceeding.
Uh-huh.
And if they're here, there have been times when the board says, well, you're here, you want to address the board, and it's more of a kind of it's not as formal or pre-planned, but they're here, and you have
Gotcha.
given them the opportunity to speak
So-
to the board.
The department will be represented, the person who's involved in the license will be represented. Who represents the PPC's position?
The board, the PPC chairperson would be available to answer any questions. The licensee, I don't know if the licensee is represented, but I won't disclose that. I don't think they will be given the opportunity to present oral argument. If they represent themselves, it would be the licensee. If they have counsel, their counsel would be permitted to make equal presentation to the board.
Okay, and just one more. Do we need to put the amount of time we're going to allow in the motion?
I think you should, just for planning purposes and to give proper notice, then if you do proceed with an oral argument, you should specify the amount of time.
Okay, well then I'd recommend 15 minutes whenever we get to that each.
Clarification, 15 minutes per side?
I was thinking maybe 3. Ben,
This is new to me. So I think it's the first time since I've been on that we've dealt with something like this. So I was just about as lost as the chair on a lot of this stuff, which, if he was really lost, I was in another country almost. But I want to be clear, both parties are requesting an oral argument, correct?
Yeah, that is correct. I was the one that kind of started this. I asked for it. The respondent in that response also asked for oral argument.
I know the vice chair is about ready to speak, but I move that the Kansas State Board of Education grant the party's motion for oral argument for case number 21 PPC 01 with 15 minutes allotted to both sides. Is that correct, Mr. Ferguson?
To each side?
To each side, yes.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, if that's your motion.
I mean, that would be appropriate.
thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Michelle, seconds that motion. Janet?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to make the motion if Ben didn't, so thank you, Ben. I would just simply like to say that I do remember a minimum of one time. I remember one oral argument fairly early on when I was here from a resident of Topeka. And we did have that, so I don't think we're establishing a precedent. This has happened before, and frankly, if there's a question about anything, I think we owe both sides the opportunity to hear what they want to say. That's my opinion, so I will support the motion. Thank you.
What's the procedure, after the oral arguments, what's the procedure that we will follow? Is it like a jury that we'll sequester ourselves and talk about it, or we do it, is that part of the public?
If the board has a legal question that they want to discuss with legal counsel, you can have an executive session. Typically, what has occurred is that after the presentation that is made, you deliberate in open session, and you either adopt the findings of fact and conclusions presented by the PPC, or you come up with your own, and then a final order is drafted.
So there's a possibility that your presentation and the respondents, is that the right word? Presentation and the PPC will be, all three will be different in some way.
So to clarify, if I may, and Mark may advise you differently, the PPC is not a party to this. They, in my opinion, they're not getting 15 minutes. They're not a party to this. This is no different than if a lower court were to issue a decision and you all are hearing the appeal. You may have questions for Chairman Holt. Sure, I can't imagine she's going to speak for 15 minutes.
But it would be appropriate for us to ask her if we decided.
If you want to.
I think that it's consistent with what you typically do, is ask her if there's a point of clarification. She's not going to advocate in support of their recommendation necessarily, but she would explain something. And I would only throw in, just because of the unique nature, I would certainly be involved in reviewing the notice that goes to both parties. So because it's more adversarial and it's risen to the board, I would be involved in reviewing the notice, and I would be more involved in typically on a routine basis. I'd be more involved in reviewing the final order that would present it to the board, regardless of the outcome.
Okay, well, Jim.
Now, what's the consequence or next steps if we reject the motion?
If you reject the motion, all you're doing is rejecting the procedural request that an oral argument be presented, and then it would, both written submissions would come before the board on the next month's agenda like they typically do, except that in many of the cases in the last several months, it's been more routine in that, like this month, the others were just submitted because they resigned or, didn't present their argument, there'd be written briefs by both of the parties, and you would make a decision based on the briefs that were submitted and the record before the PPC.
And if this motion prevails, will we get documentation prior to the next meeting so we'll know what we're talking about?
You're going to get all the documentation before the next meeting, no matter what happens with this vote.
Okay, Gene?
So just to be clear, if we deny the party's motion, we would get written submissions that we could consider and make a decision at the board meeting?
You're going, sorry, you want to answer your?
I was just going to say
It would all
that
be in writing?
You're going to get that in.
you're going to get written submissions either way. It's just whether or not the parties are also given the opportunity to present oral argument.
Thank you.
Mr. Porter?
Yes, sir.
Mark, is there an advantage or a positive to one or the other, or?
I think I've already addressed that I don't want to be redundant, so I don't have anything else to add.
Anything else? Yeah, we have a motion in a second. I'm just deciding whether or not I need to say anything. I've decided not to. All in favor of the motion, raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? Betty, did you vote? Yes. Okay, all opposed? 1, 2, 3. You got that? Okay, the motion carries.
Thank you all very much.
At this point, we're going to receive higher education preparation program standards for deaf, hard of hearing. And that apparently is Catherine. Is the light on?
There's the light. All right. Chairman Porter, Commissioner Watson, board members, thank you for letting us come before you. Bring the mic closer. How about that? Okay. So thank you for letting us come before you today. I have the higher ed preparation program standards for the deaf, hard of hearing license to present to you, and experts to tell you more about them. I have with me Joan Macy, who is Director of Outreach for Kansas School for the Deaf, and Dr. Sally Roberts, who was Dean at KU when they offered their deaf, hard of hearing program. So we can talk about how it's changed over time. The preparation program standards, as a reminder, are not for the K-12 classroom. They are to prepare the teacher to go there. So they're the standards used by the institutions of higher ed to design a preparation program for educators and then to review and renew approval. It's rare that I'm not too loud, so.
The world is listening.
Oh, God. So just a reminder that these standards are used by the colleges to both develop a program and to monitor it.
Okay, right now, there is not a program in Kansas, is that right?
Correct.
Are we anticipating that there will be?
We are hoping so, yes, sir.
And do we know where that's gonna be?
I believe School for the Deaf has been talking with Emporia.
Yeah, I don't feel that I can speak on behalf of.
I don't know for certain. I shouldn't drop any
But there
names.
is a possibility that we're going to fill a void.
That's the goal. Yes.
prior to us doing this, it was impossible. So that's why we've worked so hard to get these ready, because no institution could take it on until we had current standards. So that's
Okay.
the push.
Yep.
I just wanted to make sure that I was seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. I was
Yes.
hoping.
A glimmer, we hope. Just as a reminder, there are two different kinds of higher ed preparation standards: the professional ed standards that apply across every content area, and then the content-specific standards, which is what you are looking at today. And with that, I will turn it over to the chairs of the committee to tell you about the standards. We didn't give you a crosswalk because there are no current programs, so you're making from new.
Thanks, and we're as thrilled as I think you all will be if we can get this going again. I just wanted to give you a quick history so you can see where we've been. The program to train teachers of the deaf was housed at the medical center for years. That was the history of it in the speech and hearing department there. Unfortunately, as happens sometimes, take it from a past school administrator, when all of a sudden the two faculty left at the same time, moved on to another program, and it was left with no one to teach. We had some students in the program at that time, and I don't know if you're aware, but KU was responsible for getting those students finished, or we could have been sued. So I had a master's in deaf education, and I was a professor in the special education department, not my area at that time, but they said, could you finish these students out? So I did. I took that on for about 5 years, and then I was asked to be the associate dean for the School of Education, and they felt like there was no way that I could handle both deaf education and all the undergraduate programs at KU. So at that point, we dissolved the program. The other thing, and quickly I'll tell you, and this also happens administratively, the folks at the Med Center we had 2 people who left, and they said, well, we're going to keep one of those professorships. We're only going to give the special ed department 1. So it's very difficult for a program to run with a single professor over it. So that was in about 2005, and there has been no program since then. And we have been sorely lacking in our state. The only way we could train teachers was for them to do online programs in other places. So that's kind of the history of it, and I'm going to let Joan. We shared this chairmanship. She brought the breadth of deaf education, and I brought the institutional memory of how one develops standards. So that's where we are.
So in developing this, we felt the most important thing was to make sure that we had a good committee that represented the diverse population that we serve with our students who are deaf and hard of hearing. So we were very intentional about who we wanted on the committee, and we wanted it to be as broad as possible. So it's a rather large committee of 23 people, but we felt that that was necessary to encapsulate all the expertise that we needed. We were also very intentional about making sure that the standards would reflect a bilingual approach so that our students were served in both American Sign Language and English, whether that be spoken English and, of course, reading and writing, the literacy component. On our committee, we had 26% of the members who were deaf or hard of hearing themselves. We felt that that was a critical component, so we're very proud that a quarter of the committee had some level of hearing loss, because those are the people that have lived and breathed the educational experience. And so that can't be minimized, what they can bring to the table. We also had representation from early intervention, the state language assessment program for deaf and hard of hearing. We had 35% of our committee were current teachers of the deaf. We had 2 people that were either former or current people in a teacher of the deaf program. as well as administrators, special education directors, superintendents, representatives from institutes of higher education, as well as membership from the Department of Ed. So we feel that the standards that we came up with, the 9 standards you see above you, and the functional indicators that are then spelled out within the document that you have to peruse, adequately address really all levels of education, birth to 21, for students who would qualify for anything from no services to 504 to IEP or individual education programs. We feel that it's a very comprehensive program, both age-wise, but also in the depth of specialty that the teachers will graduate with. And then as both Catherine and Dr. Roberts had mentioned, the goal of this is the TASN Teacher of the Deaf program has been looking for a partner university to get a deaf education program back in the state of Kansas. Currently, we are partnering with Valdosta State University and Texas Woman's University, which are great quality programs, but they're not always matching what we need here in Kansas. And so this is kind of the first step for getting a program up and running here in Kansas, that we have the standards. Now we move forward on finding a partner university and getting a program lined up. Is there anything else that you can think of? Any questions from the board?
Happy to answer questions.
Okay, this may not be a fair question. I'm going to ask it anyway. You've had conversations with higher education institutions, I assume. I will not ask you who it was. Is there significant interest?
Yes.
So, we'll approve these. I'm assuming this is a receive item.
Yes.
We'll be back in a month.
So you get to see us 2 months in a row?
That's right.
Life is
It's our
good.
pleasure.
Life is good. What's the predicted time frame between today and 2 things, somebody entering the program and somebody exiting the program?
Depending on how quickly they're put in place, Catherine can
Speak into the
certainly
microphone,
speak to
please.
this. I'm sorry. The way this works is that the standards are approved, and then any institution in Kansas who desires to set up a program in addressing those standards would send that to the state Department of Education, and then probably I would chair the review.
Thank you.
So and they would send everything in, and that usually takes, I would say spring, probably. If they're up and running to get it moving by the end of the spring, it would be quick, but conceivably, if someone is sitting there waiting anxiously for these standards, which I think there is an institution that is, we could conceivably enter the first students in fall of 2022. Now, that would be most ambitious, but we've really worked this quickly in terms of developing these standards, because we had to start from scratch. There was nothing here. So.
And how long typically would the program be? When we see people at the school for the deaf employed?
It depends on the kind of a program they set up. All colleges and universities now are trying to go more quickly because it's, expensive for kids to stay for a couple of years. Used to be nothing to have a master's program that would last, a couple of years. But I would guess maybe 3 semesters. I mean, there's just really no way of knowing.
Okay, so it could be 3 semesters then.
It could, but that would be if they entered students in fall of 2022, that means that by the end of summer 2022, we could have some students who are at least are able to be provisionally certified.
Okay, since we have all been aware that this is a gap that is important, I think that probably patience is not a strong suit on our part. So this is one of those things we'd like to see done
as quickly as possible. I mean,
Right.
all we can do is approve the,
Right.
you know, but then somebody's gotta work on it. We appreciate it, so.
True. So,
Michelle.
but we will provide all help that is necessary to any institution that chooses to do this. Catherine runs a tight ship here. No, since I've been working for her on a free basis since I retired. They won't let me retire. It's that institutional memory. But anyway, she really will get it moving quickly. It won't be here where there will be a holdup.
Okay, and we're likely to push her too, so.
Oh, yeah.
Michelle,
Thank you, Chairman Porter. So will it be like a certificate program type thing, or?
No, it would be a teaching license.
It will be
Yes, it will.
alongside of a certificate? or-
The way this is set up, it has to do with the licensure rules in the state. This is going to be an add-on. So a student would come in with already having a degree, for example, in elementary education, and they would add this. It would be an added endorsement.
Okay,
So it's going to be at the graduate level.
So like when I went to the University of Iowa, I did the Aging Studies program, but I had to get everything out of the way before I did that, and I did it over the summer. So I took two weeks of nursing program that was 8 to 5 every day. I had to go and then write a paper on that. Then I had to work 8 to 4 Monday through Friday at a aging facility, and I had to write a paper on that. And I had to do that for 4 weeks, and then I had to take a sociology class. Was like a prerequisite, and I also had to take some statistics, but it was an add-on. It was I graduated with an minor in
Sure.
gerontology with an aging studies certificate. So I was just wondering if that was you're getting a license for a teacher,
Right.
and then you're going to add this on.
This would be a set license, what we call a licensed endorsement, which means it would take longer, obviously, but, I mean, we're doing really creative things now in how we handle it. You are an evidence of that with your program, so I can't speak for a program that would do it, but I will tell you, having been involved in this standards and all of these wonderful people that were on this, on the standards committee, there is such a feeling of need that I think there's going to be everybody who's willing to go to bat to try to make it happen. Again, that will be up to whichever institution takes it on, how quickly they do it.
I would think as far as like if you had I almost minored in German too. I was one semester short of minoring in German. Had I had something where I could practice that, like
Sure.
as far as going into these schools or going in and getting
Right.
volunteering somewhere and getting credit hours for that and using that, because
Absolutely.
using sign language and talking to people,
Right.
you're going to lose it
Well,
quickly.
the beauty of these added endorsements, and the reason the state of Kansas set it up this way in special education, we do have some that are initial license programs. I've been here to talk to you all about that because I headed those standards writing for those. But this, because this is an added one, these folks already know how to teach. They've already got a teaching license in elementary or secondary education. So we don't have to start over with that. We have to take that knowledge that they have and help them learn to teach kids with a hearing loss.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ben,
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm excited about this. Since I heard it, I think it's been a disservice to some of our teachers and the availability to get those qualified teachers in the classroom. My other concern, and this isn't pertaining to this, but as a former liaison in School for the Blind, we also have a shortage of TSVIs, and we don't have the same thing, similar situation, and if you're not, I don't mean to put it in a spot, and I probably shouldn't, and the chair will chew me out later, but Catherine or Michelle, are we talking about also trying to do the same thing with TSVIs?
Absolutely.
And help them out as well. So.
I'm all for that also. My expertise is in deaf blindness, so I'm equally as concerned about that format.
Yeah.
I'm hoping I can check with her about those standards when that one comes up.
Oh, good, we have a volunteer, I like those. But anyway, I know that's a concern. I know it's not
Yeah.
related to this, but it is, in a roundabout way. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Two comments. First of all, several of us here are volunteers, are retired, so we understand where you are.
You have that? Okay,
And
got it.
And secondly, Ben, I'm not going to criticize you for asking that question. You just kept me from having to ask it. Thank you. Ann, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very excited as everybody. I think one of the things we found in special ed was we have a shortage of teachers because we made it a graduate program, I think, in part. And so then we went back, and now we have a way you can become a special ed teacher within the 4 years. Are we going to find the same thing with this? Is there a possibility they could come out with a bachelor's degree and a certificate or license?
Anything's possible. When I started, I didn't think we'd have a unified program that would be at the undergraduate level. I've been in special ed for 35 years, and I
Yeah.
thought there was no way. That's the problem with us. We think we have it all, and oh my gosh, these kids can't do that. They have to have, X amount of hours. We need to give them all our
Yeah.
whatever. I think we're learning that, no, they can be successful. So my suggestion is, let's get these in place.
Uh-huh.
And as we did with the others, we followed fairly quickly with low incidence.
Right.
We followed fairly quickly with a undergraduate program
Yeah.
that would license them and do that. So I think get these in, and that may be a next step.
How many hours did you say this would be?
It's not set
We don't
by
set hours. The standards, and when you all look at them before we come next time, you'll see it's just the amount of time to get those standards in.
Right, if
To
you
a
were the
program.
university, what would be your best guess they could do it? Because I think the problem is you get out of college, you're making some salary, and you're tired. You are not going to go back and, turn around and spend another 3 semesters trying to get this extra license. And that's
Yeah.
why special ed,
You're absolutely right. And, a long time ago, we had some really good federal funds that we could write for and help with stipends and that kind of thing. And that kind of money is not there at the federal level, hasn't been, so
well, it's a good start. I just hope we keep moving toward unifying that.
I appreciate that.
If I could just add on to that answer, though, we do have the TAS and TOD project, and that is currently paying for teachers to get their master's in deaf education through either Valdosta or Texas Women's. And so that's helping us fill some of that need. So if we can partner, if we can kind of have the TAS and TOD that has the financial backing, and then if we can have a good program, possibly online, so people can continue in their job while they're also adding this endorsement, so hopefully we're going to be able to add some of these incentives and kind of have the perfect storm.
Institutions have gotten very creative for exactly the reason. People can't afford to live and take 2 years off to get an added endorsement.
Okay, so if we approve this next month, then Catherine, we will expect the project approval, March or April?
Well,
No
I'll
pressure.
talk to the college.
Any other questions? Randy?
So Catherine, this is probably for Michelle, but she walked out the door. So once we approve these standards, once a university attaches to those and creates whatever program they create, does that now mean there's an alternate path to go get that? As you know, we have at least one person in the state that would like to have an alternate path to be licensed. I believe we've said you can't do that because we don't have standards and anyone that offers a current path to do that. This is why this is probably a Michelle question. So is it possible to do an alternate path once all of this is approved? Does that make sense?
I think so.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. That would be up to the university. So, and I'm sure, Randy, you went through this. In STEM, we've had alternative licensure. And those alternative programs were set up at the individual universities. I know at KU, we had one at one point. And so my guess is what they'll do is set up a program, the university will set up a program that's reasonable for this endorsement, and then look at an alternative route. So, and really the standards are much the same, it's just the way in which we do it. You know, when we did those alternate routes in STEM, those kids could be hired, or those individuals could be hired and working, and we held the classes for them at the and sure, let's go for it. I think would be a great way to handle it.
This.
I hope so.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There we go.
Did you want to follow up with Michelle?
Did you hear my question, Michelle? So I was just trying to understand, if someone is not currently a teacher, and we approve the standards, and then university attaches to those standards, does that mean then that there's also a possibility of an alternate route once that occurs? Because I thought one of our discussions was someone who says, I'd like to teach, but I don't have a teaching
Correct.
degree. And we said, but we don't have a program to attach that to in Kansas. We will within 6 months, correct?
This is specific to Michelle's candidate that we had
Well,
questions
right,
about.
But it could be
So
broader
yes,
than that.
yes.
It could be anyone that's working, let's say, at the School for the Deaf now, that is not a teaching degree. It says, I'd like to go be a teacher. I already know sign language. Anyway, so once we attach this, what is our criteria for approving an alternate path like we do anything else? Because I thought
We already
the
have.
reason we couldn't do it
Yeah.
was because we didn't have a program.
Yes, we do. We create, that was a gift Susan gave us before she left, was an option to be able to create that sort of alternative pathway you're talking about right now. The beauty of this is currently licensed teachers. They're two different, and that does exist, that alternative you were talking about specifically in this area.
Well, thank you very much. And we will take a 10-minute break.
envelope that looks like this. This is the evaluations. For those of you that prefer to do this electronically, by the end of the day, you should also have these electronic copy that Wendy will be sending. Would you please get them back to me in some form, either way, by the 1st of November? And then they'll be compiled for our meeting in November. Thank you. At this time, we are excited to hear about the great things that are going on at the School for the Deaf.
Yes.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to see all of you here today. So I wanted to take this opportunity. My interpreter today is Kim Bates. You may remember Lori Caldwell's voice. She found a different opportunity and moved on to a new opportunity. So we then hired Kim as our interpreter coordinator at the Kansas School for the Deaf. So from here on out, you'll be hearing her voice when I present. It's really hard to believe that a fourth of the school year is already over. We've done so much during this first quarter. And so this presentation is really going to focus on the school, how we've dealt with COVID, our challenges. So I have a dearth of information to share with you today. But before I dive into that, I want to back up just a little bit to the previous presentation on those higher ed standards for deaf ed, and I'm really excited about those. All of the work that committee has been doing is just phenomenal. And I know that we had been following the old standards, and those old standards were from 30 years ago. They're very outdated. And so the committee has been working diligently on establishing new standards for teacher of the deaf licensure, something that's much more current, that focuses on the whole child. And a big part of that is the inclusion of American Sign Language, recognition of that as a language and as a language of instruction. Many of the old standards omitted that. So it's very exciting to see that and for you to be able to vote on those new standards next month. Current research on teaching children who are deaf also includes that vital issue. And so we're just excited to see that happen. Later on in my presentation, I'm going to be explaining a little bit related to Dr. Watson's question in terms of that alternative pathway, because we have two separate sets of standards that we're really talking about. So the previous presentation was talking about licensure standards for teachers of the deaf, for deaf ed. There's another set of standards called ASL standards, and I'll get into that a little bit later in this presentation. As you can see on this map, this is where the TASN teachers of the deaf are presently employed, where they're ready and in service providing education. Through that partnership with Valdosta State or Texas Women's College, as Joan mentioned previously. So this is the map of where those teachers are presently working. So we see them in the northwest corner and the southeast corner. So then we have a few who are interspersed and some who have not been through the TASN program. So it's my hope that we will have a university who's interested in adopting these standards and establish a program within the state of Kansas so that TASN can funnel their monies to that university and that it would be in-state to support the Kansas economy, right? So if we could invest back in Kansas with a program, that would be fantastic and a way for revenue for the state as well. So that's my comments as it pertains to the previous presentation. We still have a high need for more teachers of the deaf. There is increasing interest. You know, for a while there wasn't any, but I'd say there's about 7 who are presently in the TASN program. So switching gears and now focusing on the Kansas School for the Deaf. We have all students back in campus in person. We are not doing any remote learning. We agreed as a school that remote learning was not successful for our deaf and hard of hearing children. Because in order to really get that language model, ASL is much better 3D rather than via Zoom. So we made a decision that we were going to be fully in person, and 100% of our students showed up. No questions. Parents weren't very concerned. They didn't give us a lot of questions in terms of, hey, do we have a remote learning option? We said we're back in person, and we didn't get a lot of concerns from parents. Our entire safe return plan is all located on our website, as is required by all school districts in the state. So ours is also on our website. We're following the CDC guidelines. With the Delta variant, we mandate masks, and we haven't had any issues with students or parents or staff not wanting to have the mask. We noticed that other districts are encountering challenges with that, trying to figure out if they're going to require it or not, but we have not had that kind of experience. We came to a consensus, and we've accepted the fact that we have to wear it. Now, of course, there are times when we may take the mask down to answer specific questions, but we are using masks, and we're very understanding, and students and staff are willing to wear them. The impact of that, though, when we have the test to learn, test to play, we wanted to include extracurricular activities. So the one thing we had to really have in place in order to do that we really wanted to be able to offer something after school in those after school hours. So we wanted to be able to offer sports and activities. And so if they're outside, something that we could do without masks. And so we're so thankful for the proactive for the protocols that were put in place that we did with our athletic department, that if students wanted to participate in after-school sports or other activities, they are required to take an antigen test for the purposes before the game. So prior to any competition, they take an antigen test. We received parental consent and all parents did that because they wanted their children to participate in the extracurricular activities and the sports. We did catch a few test positives, so we sent them home immediately, put them in quarantine, and then we were able to continue with our after-school activities. They wear masks all day, and so then it's pretty low risk and we haven't had to put very many in quarantine. We've caught 2 cases through the antigen testing. So I'm very grateful to the Department of Health and Environment for providing the supplies, the tests, and all of that we needed so that our students can continue to participate in after-school extracurricular activities. And our students really wanted that because last year we couldn't permit those activities to continue. So students are traveling out of state. However, some states are not permitting out-of-state travel. So we've only been able to go to states where they are allowing it. We do tests before leaving for the trip. They have to wear masks on the transportation there. They go and compete. When they return to campus, they're again tested with an antigen test. The process has gone fairly smoothly. Other schools for the deaf in other states have just canceled their games with us because they didn't have the same resources as we have here in the state of Kansas. Their schools don't have the antigen tests and those types of resources available to them. So they've canceled our games. So our athletics director has really had to rework the schedule multiple times. Next week, we have homecoming. It was originally scheduled for Saturday with the Arkansas School for the Deaf, but they canceled kind of at the last minute. And they were not permitted to travel out of state. And homecoming has been such an important event for our students, so we worked really hard to find another school who would be willing to play against us. So again, it required more schedule changes. But we did that because we're thinking of the students first. They really want to have a game. Fall competition has gone pretty well. A lot of our football games have canceled, but the students, you know, at least feel some level of content because they have played some games. We just had a vaccination clinic on campus last Thursday. So we're starting to be more proactive by sending out information to parents in both American Sign Language, in English, and then also translated into Spanish. So it was a small clinic, and we are hoping to have another one in the spring once the vaccine is approved and available for children ages 5 to 11. So we are really proactive in trying to raise awareness and encouraging parents to get their children vaccinated. So the Department of Health and Environment, I really want to thank Dr. Watson for bringing that to our attention, that those funds through KDHE were available. We immediately sent in an application. We were approved for those funds. That has provided the testing, has provided additional nursing support for our staff so that we can keep our normal day-to-day operations going and students continue to learn. I think my next slide is actually on challenges that we are encountering. So as I said, the State Department of Health and Environment, and then as well as Johnson County Health and Environment, have been wonderful. We've had lots of communication. Sometimes there's been a little confusion of, do we go to the state level or the county level? But it has come together and worked out beautifully. It's been a wonderful process. They've been very supportive. They've given great guidance. They've provided equipment. The collaboration between the three entities this first quarter has really given me a sense of peace and comfort compared to last year at this time when there were so many unknowns and there was so much instability and things changing so quickly. But this year has gone so smoothly. So I appreciate the state resources, funding, as well as the county level. It's allowed our students to participate in extracurricular activities as well as attend class and have a normal routine day at school. Some examples of how this collaboration has played out for us. The Johnson County Department of Health and Environment came and gave a presentation, 2 presentations to our students regarding vaccinations, the side effects, the parental consent form. And so this presentation was made to both middle and high school students. And a lot of students had many misunderstandings. They didn't have a clear picture of what was happening. And so this was done in ASL and explained clearly through an interpreted presentation. And then, you know, we sometimes helped to facilitate that when there was maybe some possible misunderstandings, but those were cleared up and students gained a clear understanding of vaccinations and why they're being encouraged. And then every week, you know, we have a total of 5 games between volleyball and football, so we're doing about 170 tests a week, which is quite a bit. It takes a lot of our staff time. And so with that antigen testing, any of our staff could be trained to help that. And students swab that. And so we're doing that. I went and watched one of that with the younger students. to see how they did it. And they were just so proud of themselves. They stood there and swabbed their nose and gave it over to the staff member to be okay. And then they'd wait. Is it negative? All right, yay. And then they'd go for their competition. So there really hasn't been any fear or negative consequence on the students. They've just kind of become used to it. So again, I really want to thank KSDE for the application process, KDHE, their staff, the classroom teachers, from A to Z. We still need an overnight nurse, but our 3 staff nurses have been incredible, pitching in, helping each other, as well as our additional staff to help the testing protocols. On this slide of pictures, this is just kind of what our normal day looks like now as we are safe return back to school. Last year we were maybe a little bit more fearful, but now everybody's kind of in the routine of this in-person instruction. In both the school and the dorm settings. Students are used to wearing their masks and remaining socially distanced. So it sounds like everything's running smoothly, right? But we still have a lot of challenges as well. And so trying to prioritize those challenges to meet needs during this time while dealing with a pandemic, you know, we're starting to experience some severe challenges. The first one is staff. We have many vacant positions at the present time, you know, and we know that it's not just us. We've had some staff who have moved to be closer to family, because I think a lot of times COVID caused people to reevaluate life and put a priority back on family time. Some have left education to find other employment, and we have just not been able to fill all of our vacancies. So I want to thank all of you for permitting that emergency sub-licensure to continue for the full year. If it weren't for that, I don't know where I'd be. I'm hoping that even being able to fill vacancies for next year, I'm a little worried about that, but it's really been a blessing to be able to have that emergency sub-license to last the entire year. So that's helped us tremendously, and those who have received that emergency sub-license are doing a good job. So I know that waiver is supposed to end at the end of this school year, and that could create a problem for us. Additionally, we have 3 teaching vacancies. We're soon going to have 8 dorm staff vacancies, a cook, an overnight nurse, and several others. So we do have a lot of vacancies that we continue to publicize. We've thought about posting signage on school grounds so that people as they drive by can see that. But as I even drive through the city of Olathe, I'm seeing signs posted by other businesses. So it seems everybody's really trying to recruit. So we're trying to make sure that we have staff coverage and safety, especially in our dorm. You know, we really want students to be able to come be in the dorm, but we had to increase the radius for students who are living close to school. It used to be 25-mile radius. It's now a 50-mile radius. So students who want to participate in after-school activities like sports, we thought maybe, you know, if we had somebody, the school districts wouldn't be able to provide after-sports transportation. So our coaches have taken on the challenge of driving students home so that those students can continue to participate. And sometimes that's an hour away. And parents are coming to pick them up after practice. That's a lot of responsibility on parents. So we've tried to provide some of that transportation for families. So we do have staff doing that. Another challenge has been wearing the masks. It is prohibitive to learning. We have seen some student regression. because for American Sign Language, as you can see, the two interpreters are wearing clear masks. And when I'm with students, I do wear a clear mask because American Sign Language, 25%, more than 25% of the language is on the face with certain facial expressions giving grammatical meaning to the language. So that's the linguistics, the grammar, the pragmatics, it's all on the face. And so students have really, had to work really hard to catch up on their language development. So we're seeing that when we do our language assessments, that they are a little bit behind. So we're offering after-school tutoring. We haven't started that quite yet because of our staff coverage issues, but hopefully once that gets settled down, we'll be able to offer some after-school tutoring. And I'm going to be utilizing some of those ESSER funds for that tutoring. As I've already mentioned, our sports cancellations and constant rescheduling has been an issue. And then the external factors that are impacting our facilities operations. So that would include our construction vendors have not been able to deliver materials on time, or they're bringing the wrong materials that we ordered. For example, just yesterday, we had made an order for brand new elementary furniture, and it got delivered and the whole order was wrong. And we had to wait 3 months for that furniture to arrive. So that's how COVID is placing some external factors on our school. So we've been trying to do as much as we can without disrupting classroom teaching and interactions as much as possible. Not enough milk, we've had issues with that. Not enough food. We've been making it, but we've had to go to the local grocery stores in order to have enough food. And I know that we're not the only school district to face that shortage, that others are experiencing the same. So those are all of those COVID factors. So I was asked to address those and in terms of teaching and what challenges we've encountered. So now moving on to a different topic, our language assessment program. As you're aware, the Department of Ed gave us some funds, as did the Department of Health and Environment, to initiate phase 3 of our language assessment program. The intention is to assess 250 children. We had funding for 4 positions. We've covered 2, and we still have 2 vacancies. We've posted, we've advertised, so that's slowed our process a little bit, so we're trying to be creative. We've been able to train our classroom teachers to be able to help provide some of that assessment time. So we have asked for a budget enhancement again this year. So I'm working with the Department of Budget, and that is an ongoing process. So now I'm going to take an opportunity to clarify a question that came up earlier. So we have teachers who are deaf and hard of hearing, those set of standards. That was the presentation today. And then Dr. Watson brought up a person who is looking for an alternative pathway. This is actually a unique situation. That person has a degree in ASL and deaf studies. They do not have any prior teaching degree or experience. So we're talking about 2 different birds. So there is currently an ASL task force that has been charged with developing ASL standards for ASL instructors. What the certification requirements would look like at the college level to teach future high school teachers, K-12 teachers of ASL. In mentioning this unique person, their education, they do have a bachelor's degree, but it's not in teaching. So in terms of an alternative pathway for that, I don't know how that looks like, what that's going to look like. but I know someone from the licensing office is on our ASL standards task force. And then Michelle is also on that task force, as am I. There's a few universities and community college professors. Joan Houghton from KSDE. I don't know if she's going to be replaced on the committee or not, but and we do have somebody from the licensing office on that committee. So we'll be talking about, several colleges are offering an ASL Deaf Studies degree, but it's not a teaching degree, right? So they can't teach K-12 because they don't have a teaching degree. So that's the problem. So we're hoping that the task force will be able to help come up with some creative ideas and solutions, and we'll be able to develop ASL standards that the licensing office requires before they grant a license. But understand, this will be for teaching ASL as a world language, not as becoming a teacher of the deaf and hard of hearing. Exciting things on campus is we are planning for a new playground. It has been long in the works. Our current playground is really outdated. So we got capital improvement funds. Unfortunately, the capital improvement money, when we asked for it, it's just going to be enough to cover the cost of the surface without any of the equipment. So we've been working and raising funds to cover all of the costs. The Department of Health has offered the ability to apply for a grant, which is called the Waste Hire. And so it's a matching grant. So we're hoping to apply for that grant and receive some funds. We're hoping that members of the community find out that we're working on this and will also make donations. So we'll be publicizing that this project is in the works so that we have a safe play area, newer equipment, ADA accessible, and a deaf space to play as well. So with that, I thank you. I thank you for your support from the state level. We're off to having a great school year. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Can you go back to the slide that showed the service areas where the map right at the beginning of your presentation? Yes. How are students that are deaf or hard of hearing in the areas that are not blue being serviced?
They're probably borrowing them from another task force. So we have a TOD grant so that those who finish the program, wherever they are at, in the white space, those are in the blue. In the white, there are teachers of the deaf that are interspersed in that area. They're just not included on this map. Joan, are you still here? How many teachers of the deaf are there in the state, Joan? Less than 100. So we have less than 100 teachers of the deaf throughout the state. And these areas in blue represent a total of 11 teachers who have participated in that Teacher of the Deaf grant through TASN. Joan could probably provide a better explanation of that than I could. Joan's asking, is that a sufficient answer, or would you like for me to explain further?
So if you're out in Seward County and you have students who are deaf, there are ways to get those students serviced in Seward County.
Some of the areas, golly, that's really loud. Some of the areas in white do have teachers of the deaf currently serving those areas. Some are specific to a district, or some might work for a co-ops like the Northwest Corner. That's one candidate who's serving all of those counties. So they have a candidate, but that's not enough. They need more. On other areas where we do not have teachers of the deaf, often those kids are served by an SLP or who does not have training in deaf or hard of hearing. So that's why it's so
And what does
critical.
that
to get
stand
more-
for?
I'm sorry, a speech language therapist.
Okay.
And so that's why it's critical we get those standards and get more teachers of the deaf in the state.
Sounds like you're doing some many great things, and we appreciate that. Are there questions or comments? Well, thank you so much. We look forward to our visit sometime in the spring.
Yes. It's a full day visit, I believe, so I'm looking forward to it.
That's
We're
my
going to have a
hope.
full schedule.
Very good.
Okay.
Well, John, it's your turn. Welcome to the State Board of Education.
Thank you for having me. Okay, appreciate your time. Can we go full screen here?
Go do it, go do it.
And if you forward it. So, thank you for your time. I appreciate you allowing me to speak to you today. I listened on the way over a little bit on YouTube about teacher preparation. Happy to talk with you about that from the TSVI perspective, School for the Blind perspective. You know, the word that we use a lot, we focus on SEL, social emotional growth, social emotional learning. We use the word gratitude a lot, and so this is a photo that I took at the top of a golf cart. A couple Fridays ago, the Lions Club donated a new bench for us. We gathered and thanked the Lions Club. I had everybody turn around and take a quick photo, but it encapsulates, I think, our focus, which is really gratitude, humility. We're proud of what we do, but also very thankful for the support that we have. And I don't know why I have a line on here. Let me see if I can get the line off. Something like that. I always put these three numbers up there because it reminds me of the work that we do. 1,500 students in this state who we believe are blind or visually impaired, significant enough to impact their education. That's border to border. 800 students in some way or another are impacted by our school at some point in a year, and 50 of those students this year are attending our schools. That gives you a sense of proportion. We always think we can do better. We want to do more. We need your support to do more. Dr. Watson asked us to talk about COVID, and I listened to Luann's presentation. A lot of it's ditto. We too applied for a KDHE grant and received that. We also have 3 nurses who are doing right now a lot of testing. It's the test to know, test to stay and learn programs, essentially. Since COVID impacted us last year, we've had, I believe, 3 cases on the adult side, the staff side, and 2 on the student side. And that impacted us mostly this year. So we had to make some adjustments, again, sending kids home for quarantining, testing when that had expired to make sure that they were safe. We reduced our numbers in the dorm in some cases, asked local students to stay home just so we could provide a safe place for them to stay in the dormitory. Notifying parents, of course, working with the Wyandotte County Public Health Department. Dr. Aaron Corvo has been great. So same thing as everybody else, quarantining, daily testing, shuffling people around to cover to make sure we have enough staff in the dormitory in particular is where we got hit. And then encouraging folks to go get, for those who are so inclined, to get their booster shot free of charge, covered at the Wyandotte County Public Health Department. So those are available for our staff now. So I would say, fortunately, minimal disruptions. Our sports are a little bit different. We didn't travel for track and field this year. Everybody stayed home and submitted their times remotely. We did a little track meet amongst ourselves and other kids in the area outside. So we just adapted that way. Expanding outreach is obviously what we always want to do. It's one of our goals that we promised this board back in 2017. So we're still committed to that. So we've increased direct services just again in a year, 15%, 114 students served this year. I did share with Board Secretary Peggy Hill our annual report. So every year we're putting out an annual report that's available for anybody, obviously including the board, legislature, parents, anybody who wants it, to show what are we doing. We're busy, but what difference is it making? We believe we're making a difference. So that report is available. It's also accessible, so we make sure it's in Braille, and we make sure that screen readers can read that report. We have developed a Pulse app for field services, so a mobile application where our field services can plug in data real time to tell us where they're going, who they're seeing, what skills they're teaching, and ultimately what impact that they're making. Where are there holes? We know there are still holes in the state. We can't get to everybody just yet, but what do we do about it? What adjustments do we make? We can only do that if we have good data. We're also proud to say we're increasing our online class offerings. We do, you know about our computer science course, but we're offering access technology courses. We're offering family Braille courses, or Braille for anybody who wants it. And so we're proud to do that. The dots on the map are the 47 counties that we have served just this year. More direct student services. So these are orientation mobility services, Braille instruction, and assessments, IEP meetings you can see across the board just year to date. So we're only capturing that really from August till today. And then every month this will get updated, so it'll grow over time. Hutchinson, we're proud to say we're working with the Hutchinson Public Library. 5 of their staff will be coming up in November to look at our makerspace. They will look at our signage. We're making Braille signs for accessible facilities. They want to look at that and work with us. We're proud to do that. It's just sort of a credit to them for reaching out to us. They're committed to making their facilities accessible. We're glad to be working with them. A few weekends ago on a Saturday, several of my staff came up and did a demonstration for the KCK Chamber Young Professionals Group that did a history crawl across Wyandotte County. Here you can see our staff are giving a lesson on safety, white cane safety, and street crossing safety and protocols. And so everybody got a chance to put some occluders on and feel what it was like to cross while you don't have all of your vision. A great experience, a great way to share with people how critical the white cane is. Pedestrian safety. White Cane Day is actually the 15th of October. We celebrated it early and we celebrate it throughout the month, but this is one way we can do it. Some other ways that we increase visibility are listed here. Working with Google on something called Project Guideline for running for those who are blind. Again, our computer science, our 5K, which I'll show a little bit. Online tech classes, I mentioned some of our online tech, and then our space camp was another way. We take professional development seriously. We do it for our own staff. We do it for TSVIs across this state, administrators, parents. I got a chance to do it with some friends in Japan. A few years ago, a researcher came to our school studying inclusion. How do you survive in an era of inclusion when you're a specialty school like the School for the Blind? These are questions that other countries are asking. They want to know, how do you survive? How do you stay relevant in that day and age? So we did a little presentation. Please don't ask me to repeat what's on that screen because I have no idea. But it was an honor. 400 special educators participated in that conference. Now, all of them didn't go to this presentation. I think we had about 40 who attended, but it was a great experience. Our Boys and Girls Weekends are ways for us to tell our story to parents and kids from across the state. We did it at the same time as the 5K run. So after that run, we had a track meet. So rather than send kids to Indiana or Kentucky, we just did it on our own campus. 41 applicants, we couldn't accept them all simply because we didn't have space in the dorm safely. They stay overnight, Friday, Saturday, and then they go home Sunday. But these are new students who get to our school and say, wow, I had no idea. What else do you have here? Parents say the same thing. Well, I'd like that. I want to know more about that. It's a great way to sell our campus to new parents. These fine folks in the corner supported us on race day, September 25th. This is not a School for the Blind event. It is a KC Blind All-Stars event, which supports our school. And a great day. We had, I think we ended up with 385 registrants, either virtual or in person. Over 250 came out that morning to either walk a mile or suffer through a 5K like myself. And we raised over $63,000 gross, and we expect to do more next year. We're already planning for next year's event. What does it do for us? It tells the community that we care. It tells the community that they're welcome on our campus. It tells the community that we're still vibrant and needed, and it gives us a chance to brag about our students. So we're very proud of that. It's just some more photos that really tell the story in one snapshot. We're expanding PD, I mentioned that. We do CVI, cortical visual impairment workshops. It's the largest cause of blindness these days and a growing concern for parents. We mentor new teachers all over the state. Our staff are the ones who mentor them, coach them, guide them, provide them assistance in navigating the difficult waters of being an itinerant teacher. We do on-campus workshops for new orientation mobility specialists. We do active learning workshops for young children, vision screening workshops all over the state. And then, of course, we have our large event, the Vision Symposium. It draws over 150. We expect it to grow. We're looking for bigger spaces, probably in Salina, to have that at some day an in-person event. It will be virtual this year. We're not happy about that, but it's the right thing to do, and we will continue to grow that event. This is just a photo of a functional vision assessment training for new teachers that go through a program, and then they come to our school and hear from these very experienced teachers at the front of the room. This was September 17th, one way that we support new teachers. Transition is also something we made a promise that we would improve. It's probably one of the hardest goals that we have, to say, are young people engaged in the community? Are they employed? Are they living independently? Ways that we're doing that through job experiences and employment. We'll have three kids this year who we believe will be employed next week in 3 different businesses. It's a huge deal. Yes, that's partly because of the economy. It's hard to find staff, but we have somebody working at Head Start, somebody on our campus, someone who paid, someone will be working at Great Wolf Lodge, and I'm forgetting the 3rd location, but it will be paid employment. Just yesterday, I visited a sign-making business in Rosedale. I think Ms. Swan knows where Rosedale is, and he wants to hire somebody who's blind and low vision. He makes accessible signs, including Braille. We went out there, and some of our staff discovered those signs aren't quite accurate, so we said, there's a job for somebody. But he also said, I want them to run the machine. I've seen your small laser engraver. I've got a big laser engraver. Maybe we could work something out. So we're going to start a scholarship, try to invite kids from across the state who don't want to necessarily go to college, don't want to go to debt, and have some skills, want to work with their hands. So we're excited to do that as a way to promote community employment. We also have secured a Project Search, a 20-year plus program started out at the University of Cincinnati Hospital. It's a way to get kids with developmental disabilities into community-based employment, typically in hospitals. We've secured a memo of understanding with the University of Kansas Health System, Wyandotte County Developmental Disabilities, Project Search, and Voc Rehab has agreed to support this as well. So next year we're recruiting, probably have 5, maybe 6, up to 6 students who would be working all day, well, most of the day, on site in a business, probably a hospital, and we have yet to determine the actual site, but it's a great thing because 80% of those kids traditionally move into employment once they complete this program. It's huge for us. Even though the numbers are small, it's a big deal for us, so we're very proud of that. I mentioned Space Camp. We sent 2 students from Kansas to Space Camp. It's a totally accessible camp, a kind of life-changing event for these students. It's not just a camp, it is an experience that changes how they view themselves. They meet students from all over the world, and so we had 2 students and 2 teachers attend this year. Our mobile STEM and makerspace is on the road. We went to Perry-LeCompton last Friday. We are partnering with Greenbush to get out into regular ed schools, not just special ed, not just students who are blind, but we're sending a message that STEM is for everybody. So we take our equipment out on the road, we go to the library or a large space, we unpack our activities, we do structured learning, and we have a great time. So we're pleased about that. We're going to Pittsburgh, we've been to Topeka, Baldwin City, and other places. Our preschool program, you saw it in the spring, very small, it's already growing. We have 5 students, and we have parents now visiting us because they're hearing about our program with quality instruction. They will come from anywhere. Some of these students are having a good time in our preschool, and so we're having to expand. We're already adding another room because we expect we'll have more students. Our wayfinding system still gets lots of attention and interest. Colleges want to come and look at this and say, how does this work? How do you promote accessibility in your public spaces? We want our kids to ask about this when they go to college. Where's your tactile map? They should at least have one of those. They may not have all the features that ours does, but we want them to be asking and advocating for accessibility. I mentioned White Cane Day. It's officially October 15th. Here's who came to our one-day October 1st celebration. We had administrators, teachers, Braillists, community folks, students join us for a panel. These were adults who have a vision loss and talked about what the white cane meant to them. Our social emotional learning program is the core essentials. This month was individuality. We give SOAR cards as awards to students who are caught doing good things. The committee that runs this asked me, hey, can we apply for one of those star recognition programs? I said, absolutely, go for it. So they're filling out the forms and they want to be recognized because we believe we're doing good things in this area. Totally new program, but it's taken off and makes a difference. We found even adults like to have SOAR cards too, so not just the kids. Our facilities are changing, fortunately, growing and adding on. A new walkway and breezeway is being installed to connect our dorm and our main campus. We will have a new elevator. The funds we raise for the 5K partly will go to the new gymnasium. It will not cover it all. It'll be combined, hopefully, with state institutional building fund dollars. And we need a new rear gate. If those of you who have seen our rear gate know we need a new one. Coming up, some dates I want to pay to pay attention to. The Vision Symposium, November 5th. That's going to be virtual. Everybody's welcome. Our Braille celebration is a signature event for us, February 18th. In Kansas City. We'll do March 5th in Wichita. And then we'll do a family forum, or again, we're working in conjunction with Greenbush to do a family forum in the Lawrence area on April 23rd. I can't leave until I say, just as Luann said, yeah, not everything is perfect. We have challenges. We need your support in thinking through some of these shortages of vision teachers. Ironically, we talked about that. You talked about that earlier. And then what I see is really a lack of coordination because different people are doing it. But the same agency is not coordinating those services, so they're disjointed, in my view, and could be better coordinated. How do we fix that? Well, we'd welcome the opportunity to hire more. I think I could attract more to come under our umbrella, but I don't have the funding to do that as much as I would like. We coordinate services across boundaries. We use data to drive services. I don't know that that's always the case. Sometimes it's predicated on geography. Where a district says, well, we're going to serve our students. However, that next district serves theirs is up to them, right? We have to worry about our own. We only charge 20% of total cost for our direct services, very cheap bargain. And so that's a cost savings as opposed to hiring a private contractor to do that or a service agency who's going to charge much more. What other challenges? We have no direct way to count or track students who are blind, visually impaired in this state. The 1,500 I gave you is a pretty good estimate. I would say it's an underestimate, but we don't have authority to count those students. And it'd be nice if we did have the authority to count that or track students who are blind, visually impaired, because then we could get a handle on where are they, what services are they missing, how can those services be provided, and what can we do to improve that. Sure. Say that again, I'm sorry.
Barrier. What keeps you from being able to do that?
I don't have the authority to do that, to call up a district and say, how many students do you have that are blind, low vision? They won't give me that information. That's confidential, private information. I believe if they identify a student, they will be reported. If it's the primary disability, it'll get reported to the State Department. If it is not, the only way it gets reported, the only entity that records that would be through APH. The Instructional Resource Center does a survey that asks teachers, how many students are you serving that are blind, low vision by this definition? They collect that, but they can't share that with us. Names, locations, we don't get that. So we're always working through back doors which doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? You know, you'd like to think that we could go directly, get a handle on where these students are, what services are they currently receiving, and how can we better serve them. I really think that's what we want to do, but right now we don't have that authority. Other questions? Last slide. Parents report that they're unaware of services. This is no surprise. It's difficult, nobody's fault. It's a busy world, but we discovered many times that parents simply aren't aware of what options they have. And other states have MOUs, memorandums of understanding, to inform parents of the right to invite the school to that IEP. Not to take sides, but to say, hey, what do you provide? What is your opinion? What services do you offer? What else are you aware of? Having that information is informed consent. It gives parents an option to say, yeah, I like that, or I don't like that. But if you don't know what your choices are, it's hard to make an informed choice. So I want to thank you for your time and your support. It means a lot to us. It means everything to us. We're proud of what we do. As Luann says, we're always looking to get better. Happy to have these in-depth conversations with you. And I did not mention we have an opportunity to meet with the leadership of KCK Public Schools in November, and I want to invite folks who can come out to that. It'd be great to have the board for that discussion. They're our partners, they're our neighbors. We want to work closely with them and improve that, so we're looking forward to that. So again, I'll just stand for questions if there are any.
Melanie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Harding, for being here. You did not look like you were suffering during that 5K, by the way. I think you do that every weekend.
I assure you.
Made it look easy. I wanted to comment on I want to make a couple of comments. For the board and for anyone watching, you're talking about blind students, but low vision is a big piece of this as well. And so I think that, as you talk about parents needing access to these kinds of services, a lot of parents may not even think of their own child as blind. They think of them as vision impaired, low vision, but they may not be connecting those dots. And so I was interested when you said that 26 of the direct services, you had new students coming in. So I'm curious how they found out, as it sounds like there's kind of a marketing.
Word of mouth, yeah, great question. Their friends talk about it. We do advertise ourselves, but often I think it's word of mouth. Young people do know each other from coming to summer school. Sometimes they tell their friends. We do post widely, social media, Facebook, website, so we try to push the word out. But you're right, they may not always know that we're available. They may not always realize, oh, you don't have to be completely blind to benefit from these services. So you're right, it's a challenge to make sure that parents are aware of what's available and for whom. And targeting that information is what's really critical. Parents of children who are 5 may not be interested in attending your transition program, so you want to target that information to those who are of that age, 14 and above, obviously. So we try to do that. We're trying to get better at use of data, but it's still a lot of back doors for us rather than through the front door.
Excellent. The early childhood program it's a theme that we heard a lot about today. We saw it from some other schools this morning as well, being a feeder for the school. So I love that that's working out well for you. As the liaison from the State Board for the School of the Blind, I've had opportunity to be on campus quite a bit, and it's still new to me, and I'm learning as fast as I can, but the work that you guys do is so impressive. And it's just so great to see the opportunities that you're creating for these kids, as well as the kids that are out across the state, kind of like we saw on the map, who can't be in the school all the time, but are still getting services. So thank you for what you're doing.
Appreciate your comments.
Please let us know what we can do to
I will.
support.
Any other questions? Well, I want to thank you. We appreciate what you do
for your time.
making a difference, and every year I'm more impressed, so.
We look forward to seeing you in
appreciate it.
spring.
And to follow up what Melanie said, we are your board, and we want to be supportive. So if there are things that we could do that we're not doing, please let us know.
Thank you, I appreciate your time.
Ben?
I just want to echo, just in case you don't know, this guy did run the 5K. Those of us that are on the board, we did the 1 mile walk. Well, some of us wore pom-poms and stood on top of a hill. But anyway, I do want to congratulate you on still being able to walk after running on those hills.
Yeah, Monday was tough, for sure. But, yeah, I figured I better at least give it a go. Next year I'm gonna train, actually, so that'll help. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the consent agenda, and a motion would be in order to approve the consent agenda minus G, H, and I. Dina makes that motion. Is there a second? Jean seconds that motion. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries. G, H, and I. Do you have other questions, or can we vote on those, Michelle?
Yeah, we can vote on those. I got my question.
Okay. There'll be a motion. A motion to approve G, H, and I on the consent agenda. Melanie and Dina. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Abstain? Looks like that's 9-0 and 1. Tomorrow, first of all, we're going to convene at 9 o'clock. At 9:45, wherever we are in the process, we're going to take a break because we're going to set up the room differently because of the way we've invited legislators to participate. We have invited the chair and the ranking member of the Senate Ed Committee, the House Ed Committee, and the House K-12 Budget Committee. All 6 have accepted the invitation. We are going to intersperse legislators with us. So there will be several of us at the table, and then there'll be other tables out there. So we will change the seating arrangement at that time. The message that I'm going to make an opening statement, and that message is that we are looking for ways to collaborate. One of the reasons that we have, the elephant in the room is that they don't trust us and we don't trust them. And one of those reasons, in my view, is that we don't ever talk to each other. We don't ever try to understand each other. We just make assumptions based on we make assumptions based on perceptions that may or may not be accurate. And so at that point, what we're going to do is I'm going to make this opening statement about and set some ground rules and expectations. One of which will be civil discourse. And then I would like, when we met before with like one of the U.S. senators or representatives, you had to submit questions. We're not going to do that. Everybody can participate that wants to. At the end, but the bottom line is, before we finish tomorrow, I hope that we can determine how we can work together. I want to identify areas where we can work together. There are things over which we will never agree, and I don't want to waste our time trying to convince each other. Tax credit scholarships and vouchers, we're never going to agree with some of the people that are here tomorrow. They're fully committed to that. We're fully committed that public money goes to public schools. There's no use wasting our time hashing over things that we're not going to agree on, probably. However, we might make an impact at some point in the future if we developed a good working relationship, so that we can understand where they're coming from and they can understand where we're coming from. And by the way, they're not agreement among themselves either, so we need to take that in consideration. I will start the process like I do every time I meet with a group of people that have adversarial relationships, and that set the parameter that we need to use the 6th habit of highly effective people, which is a Covey thing, and that is seek first to understand and then to be understood. And so that's going to be the crux of the message to start tomorrow. this is an opportunity, this is unprecedented as far as I know. Janet can tell us otherwise.
No, this is unprecedented, yes. We've met with, well, no, we have never done this, never.
You fail at 100% of the things that you don't try, and we need to build better relationships. And I hope that we will be able to now, will we finish the process tomorrow? Absolutely not. But I hope that when we leave, we can agree on, and they'll have a copy of our draft legislative that we have not approved yet. They will have that copy. I would hope that we can find things that we can agree on, to work together on. I hope that that's goal number one. Goal number two is to hope that we can set up a communication process so that we don't have to try to chase somebody down in the Capitol. So we actually have a plan that we can actually, now that may be unrealistic, but again, you fail at 100% of the things you don't try. And then develop that process. And then if there are things that legislators believe that we should address on our legislative positions that are not there, we need to listen and consider what they say. Those are sort of my three overarching goals. And quite frankly, I'm nervous about the process. But it does not benefit the children of Kansas for us to not have a positive relationship with all stakeholders who are making decisions about the children of Kansas. So that's our position. That's my position. Questions, comments? If not, I will see you all at 9 o'clock in the morning. We are in recess.